रिमिक्स वाला आउटपुट कौन लगता है ना
Colleagues, we meet in challenging times. We meet within the context of severe geopolitical, geoeconomic shifts that are taking place. These shifts, which are being defined with the rapid changing landscape on the global health architecture, a lot catalyzed by the US withdrawal of its aid and funding to different global health initiatives, including the World Health Organization. The panel today will discuss with us the changing landscape of global health in light of these changing, and what does it precisely mean for pandemic preparedness and response, and what can we do in terms of reflecting on that together. COVID-19 highlighted the interdependence of countries and presented a view of the necessity of collaboration and why we needed to collaborate with each other to address the challenges that global health issues such as COVID presented. But as COVID also showed us, collaboration is not always a given. There are challenges in way countries collaborate with each other, and it has wide-ranging implications on the success of pandemic preparedness and response. In 2021, the independent panel proposed a series of transformative reforms, and worth reminding ourselves to some of those transformation changes that the independent panel proposed. This covered issues in terms of financing for global public goods. What does it mean for our agendas? Is it a point of pivot to more regionalization, to more sub-regional collaborations for us to be responding to? To look at that and much more, we will have the panel reflect on their different perspectives on these issues. To start us off, I will invite Right Honourable Helen Clark, the co-chair of the independent panel, and also the chair for the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health and the Alliance for Health Systems Policy and Research, to share her perspective on the changing geopolitics and its implications on pandemic preparedness and response. Over to you, Helen.
Thank you, Rajat, and namaste to panelists and everyone who's gathered. And can I say at the beginning, I want to offer condolences for the shocking tragedy that happened in Kashmir just days ago. I know how badly affected India is by what has happened, so full condolences from me. As to our topic for today, we really are in the perfect storm in global health. We, of course, are very focused on the Trump factor and populism and what this is doing, but it comes against a background of countries coming out of the pandemic with many countries stripped out fiscally, having to borrow as deep as they could to somehow get through. We are living in a time with a surge of violent conflict, which is stripping money for global health and development into sheer keeping people alive, humanitarian support, food, water, medicine, shelter. We have the climate crisis, which is causing more adverse events which need to be responded to, but also the finance needed for that doesn't come out of thin air. It's coming out of the broader development dollars as well. And then on top of that, as I say, we have the Trump factor and the populism. So it's a very tough time for global health, as for international development more generally. And let's bear in mind that it's not only the US, such a substantial funder of global health and health security, as Rajat has said, but also the British are funding their increased military spending straight out of the ODA budget. 40% cut in ODA there. Cuts, of course, already occurred from a number of others. We worry about what now Germany will do. France, Sweden already has, the Belgians, the Dutch. The list is quite long. So I think with respect to what has happened with the US cuts, it's the suddenness of it. If you had a timetable that said over 5 years we're going to phase out, countries have got some time to adjust. But just suddenly freezing stuff is very, very tough. I was in Zambia about a month ago. Zambia has a budget for its 20 million or so people of around 6.4 billion per annum, of which 600 million, close to 10%, came from USAID. Suddenly, will any of it be there? Of the 600 million, 400 million was basically PEPFAR funding. Keeping 1.3 million people alive on antiretrovirals. What does a government like Zambia, with its huge debt to service, what does it do faced so suddenly? And one has to say that probably we're not going to go back to where we were. Solidarity is quite a scarce commodity at the moment. And so for countries who have had that level of support, which has been very important, where do you find the money now just to keep people alive? When we talk about the implications for pandemic preparedness and response, from the COVID experience, we're always looking for what's the next thing coming down the track. But there's an ongoing pandemic, which will get away from us now if spending dries up, and that's HIV. And I hear directly from Winnie Byanyima, the deaths are already happening. When that stop spending order went out to everyone who had US funding, people stopped spending. And then a message went out, it wasn't for life-saving, but some never got that message. And one of the most tragic stories I've seen in the media in recent weeks has been from Nick Kristof, who wrote the story about South Sudan and the PEPFAR money going in there. He spoke to a mother with HIV and her child with HIV. They're both now dead. They never got the message at their clinic that the antiretrovirals could be turned on again. So anyway, it is really a very, very disturbing time. Now, on the pandemic front, of course it is good news that some agreement has been reached in Geneva on the pandemic accord. Look, just about everyone will feel that their views weren't done justice to, but somehow in this extremely difficult geopolitical environment, an agreement was reached. I think there's some potential for the World Health Assembly resolution that seeks to have support for the agreement reached. There's some possibility for that to get quite difficult as the different interests relitigate things that they didn't feel they did quite well enough out of in the negotiations. But let us hope that at least this agreement can be banked, as already the new international health regulations have been banked. But of course we're very conscious that the US was absent from the negotiations and has also said that it won't take part in the implementation of the amended international health regulations, which are due to come into force in September. As well, the US Centers for Disease Control staff have been told they're not to collaborate with WHO staff. You know, it's not just the money that's been coming from the US, it's also the collaboration and drawing on that enormous US capacity that was at the CDC, through the National Institute of Health, through the science funding. All of this is very much now under threat on the US itself. On the pandemic fund, the US has provided about a third of the funding for that. It's never got anywhere near the capitalisation needed, and obviously that looks very problematic moving forward as well. So the reality is, if another pandemic threat is announced tomorrow, we're not going to see an Operation Warp Speed out of the United States on the accelerated development of vaccines and treatments. In fact, at this point, we can't really count on the US endorsing vaccines at all, given the views of the Secretary for Health in the US. On a side which I'll regard as slightly positive, the new US administration is appointing a health security ambassador at large, even according to the latest organogram from the slimmed down State Department, but who knows what resources there will be. So a lot going on to impact global health and pandemic preparedness and response. And there's also the issue one must raise of whether the US will be a reliable reporter of its own risk exposure, because we've been watching the circulation of H5N1, avian influenza virus, there for some time now, and I understand this is the type of virus which killed a small girl in India, in Andhra Pradesh, earlier this month. So will there be proper tracking in the US itself of a virus threat like this? So lots to discuss in very, very turbulent times, and I hope with the wisdom of the crowd and the panel we can tease it out a little bit more. Thank you very much.
Helen, you took my script as well.
That could be disastrous.
I know. I'm off job. Thank you so much for that, Helen, and for setting the scene and really highlighting for us both the issue of suddenness of the changes that are setting afoot, but also the implications in terms of how solidarity is being manifested and not. And as you said, lots to discuss with the panel and with the audience as well. And it is my great pleasure to introduce our esteemed panelists with us. First and foremost, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, a globally renowned leader on public health and also the WHO's first ever chief scientist, and it was a pleasure working with Soumya in that role and in multiple capacities at WHO. Also pleased to welcome Professor Balram Bhargav, who is the Director General of Indian Council for Medical Research. Welcome, Dr. Bhargav. And Dr. Lavanjo Maki, who is the President of Public Health Association of South Africa and has held many prominent positions on the issue. My question to all the panelists to set us going is, so your reflection and assessment on how you see the landscape evolving, and if I could ask you all to reflect upon what really does concern you most when you look at not just the US withdrawal, and as Helen rightly said, the changing landscape of global health financing writ at large, and what it means in terms of our ability to do what we are meant to be doing, and what are some of the biggest risks for organizations that are on the forefront for addressing the veracity of issues that we are talking about. So you'll all have about 3 minutes. I'll start with Soumya, then come to you, Dr. Logondo, and to you, Balram, as well, and then finally to Helen. Soumya, over to you.
Thank you very much, Rajat. And I think Helen gave an excellent overview and really covered a lot of the issues which I think we need to grapple with in these very changed geopolitical times. And I think it comes on top of a lot of, lack of trust, I would say, or distrust building up, between countries, between the North and the South, regional conflicts, on top of COVID, which, as Helen said, already, put countries in a very difficult situation. And today, I think it's something like there are 3 billion people living in countries, a population where debt servicing is actually more than the domestic health budget. And so that really needs, a global discussion and a solution. Because there's so many people who are living in countries just trying to service debt, of course, which increased during COVID. So I think at the global level, there are very big issues that are hindering access and equity in health, which is the theme of this conference. Then, of course, you have regional issues. Again, there are multiple conflicts. Regions are not always united. I think some regions are making an effort, like the African Union, the Africa CDC. They learned the lesson during COVID and since then have set up many initiatives, and we can talk about those later perhaps. Of course, they're still very early in the making, but I think those are the kind of regional initiatives, regional regulatory bodies, regional bodies to promote local manufacturing, regional bodies to advocate for more health expenditures. So I think, the Africa region really has come together, and it's 54 countries, so it's a very good model, I think, to study, but again, it's early days yet. And then finally, at the national level, I think one of the big things was that many of the global organizations, and particularly the US funding, did help set up domestic systems and maintain domestic systems. As Helen mentioned, many countries in Africa were really dependent on external support, even for running basic laboratories, running surveillance systems, keeping alive the data, hiring local people on the ground, epidemiologists and others. So you lost all that intelligence activity and capacity on the ground. And therefore, tomorrow, if there is a new outbreak that's a potential pandemic or even an epidemic, then you have much less feet on the ground today to be able to contain and control that. And so the risks of a pandemic actually are higher today more than ever before, because you're dismantling all the systems that were put in place over decades based on past experience. And a good example is GISRIS. And I think the US would also be suffering from the withdrawal from these international partnerships and networks, like the influenza data sharing that's been going on for over 50 years through GISRIS, that enables the vaccines to be updated, the northern and southern hemisphere. Now, how is the US going to have access to that data? How are the companies going to update? There's huge influenza among cattle happening in the US. Are we, the rest of the world, ever going to know what's, and why would other countries share data if one large country says we're not going to share data, we're not going to share resources? So it just sets up a whole cascade of negative actions which arise because one large, powerful country decides that they only will care about themselves. And ultimately, I think it will be enlightened self-interest for the US to recognize that they can't protect their own citizens if they're not part of this.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that, Soumya. And importantly, underscoring the issue of lack of trust. And as we are entering into this age of distrust, what does it mean? But also an important point, which I'm hoping other panelists will pick up as well during the course of the discussion, is what does this dismantling of global health architecture mean in terms of our ability to respond? And you made an important point about lack of resources and infrastructure for surveillance and data. And we are looking at not also at the same time DHS being defunded. We are looking at issues in terms of reduced capacity within the World Health Organization to do the kind of public health monitoring that is required because of lack of resources. So are we entering into some very uncharted territories where we would have even lesser capacity than we had during COVID-19? To you, Dr. Mawando, for your...
Thanks so much, and thanks to my fellow panelists and everyone who's made it to India. The US has left, and even if they come back, they can leave again. We need to acknowledge this. African countries committed in 2001 to the Abuja Declaration, and the Abuja Declaration had said that national budgets must contribute 15% of their budget to healthcare. And that was in 2001. In 2021, 2 decades later, only 2 countries had actually reached that 15%, which was Cape Verde and South Africa. We need to acknowledge that foreign aid alone is not sufficient enough to meet the challenges that we face in Africa. We need to also be able to address and be self-determinant as a country. In terms of the question made earlier by the moderator in terms of what are the different risks and implications that can happen in terms of now with the withdrawal of the US and other countries, we first have to understand that the US was a major contributor in terms of the finances. It also had financed in terms of 3/4 of the international development for assistance for HIV/AIDS. It also contributed 49%, which was $18 billion to the Ebola fund, and it also had contributed 40% of the malaria aid. And that affects a lot of the African and global South countries, so that's a major funding gap that we're in now. In terms of globally, in terms of either US or other countries withdrawing from WHO, we have on an operational level, we have the loss of resources in terms of staff, which we spoke about. We also have, in terms of a technical level, as it was spoken, that the US experts or other experts are not there to help us with pandemics and other, as we did before. But it also, most importantly, on a global level, it decreases our efficiency of sharing knowledge and communication and be able to be decisive and have a collaborative global effort at once. And so that's a challenge. In terms of the implications to countries, I think we need to reimagine development funding and also to have smart financing and also being able to contribute with the philanthropic organizations and also have cross collaboration and look at other streams of funding. In terms of the question you posed relating to the risks, I'm a medical doctor who's a public health medicine specialist, and I'm about to finish my second specialty in internal medicine. My core purpose is to heal, prevent disease on a patient bedside, on a national level, on a regional level, and also when I can on a global. I've experienced firsthand the realities that we face daily in the workplace, and now we're experiencing the new realities with lack of funding from the withdrawal of aid. The current skills issues is shortages in terms of human resource and skills, and also resources in terms of infrastructure. They are there and available. It's just that now with these funding constraints, it's an issue. It's not just only foreign aid. It's also insufficient budgeting from local governments to meet these challenges with available skills that are there that might leave and go to other high-income countries, and also resources of buildings that are there that are getting debilitated and not utilized correctly. So those are the challenges that we face. In terms of how to mitigate this, we need increased fiscal response from the government. That is not my job. Our job as health professionals is to find cost-effective, innovative solutions that saves lives. But we as health professionals are willing to come to the table and meet with philanthropical organizations, government, and also other people who want to contribute to self-determination of, one, the country and global South countries to get to a way where we can meet these gaps and we can try to find solutions together. So I think that's where we should go for. Thanks.
Very well said, Lavandro, and thank you. Thank you for emphasizing that. And importantly, going back to Abuja and also comparing the 15% target that Abuja talks about to what is actually being allocated, importantly also, we do know between 20 to 40% of the health budgets on the continent are, is supported through one governmental support and overseas development assistance largely. So what does it mean in terms of financing of health, and what can we do through innovative financing? Another challenge. Balram, over to you. What does it look like from your perspective and ICMR's work?
Thank you, Rajat. Dear friends, my colleague panelists, at the outset I paid condolences to the people who lost their lives at Kashmir. In fact, I was in Kashmir for whole of last week and in that city on the day of the attack. And I came back as scheduled the day before yesterday. The government had to make terrific arrangements, and it was a phenomenal thing that was done by the government of India. A beautiful part of the world, probably most developed now since my 15 visits to Kashmir. So I think it's really well developed now, and lovely hotels, roads, and the beauty is absolutely amazing, and the mighty Himalayas are really humbling. So that's so since 1948, actually, the WHO has played a key role in public health equity, and we've seen examples of smallpox, polio, the influenza, which Soumya mentioned about, and the HIV, ending the HIV epidemic, malaria, and many others. But more recently, the COVID pandemic. However, the recent developments that we are discussing have called for greater accountability and greater responsibility by the member states, and also organizational, and of question the organizational governance of WHO. It is an opportunity for all the member states to develop their infrastructure in a big way, and I think it's a wake-up call for everyone, every one of the 194 member states to really wake up to this, to the COVID, and then this is another blow, which is really alarming all of us too. And I think the pandemic treaty, which has been championed by Soumya, is everyone has agreed to that. And most importantly, it is for all the member states to get it in effect very rapidly. I think there has to be done very fast, and that is one important thing that I think should happen very fast. And we are all worried about the US funding, but more important is the backing of research and knowledge from the US. That has been vital for the effectiveness of the WHO in the 194 member states, and that knowledge and that research will have to be created in all the member states, but it takes time to develop all those research capabilities and effort and funding again. So I think we will have to reinvent in some which way, and also work individually with research agencies within the US as well.
Thank you for that, Balram, and actually bringing us to the pandemic treaty, which has recently been agreed to, and we look forward to the World Health Assembly discussions in about 3 weeks' time, and its adoption, and recognizing very well the challenges that Helen mentioned, and as to how some of the member states are now already coming back with alternate thoughts. I would like to quickly go back to the panel for a follow-up question, and a common question to you all, and maybe I can start with you, Helen, leaving where you left us, is so how do you think we can deliver on the global good on pandemic response in this present geopolitical climate? What will it take, knowing what we know, to actually bring countries together and move forward in tandem? If tomorrow, as Soumya said, the risk of a new pandemic is today higher than ever. So how do you see that landscape?
What's being observed about pandemic preparedness and response is it goes through a cycle of panic and then neglect. So when we went into COVID, we went into panic and fairly soon moved to neglect, which partly I think probably explains why the kind of urgency went out of the negotiations. You know, oh well, that was over. Well, it's not actually over, is it? COVID's still everywhere. But yeah, so keeping countries' eyes on the ball is the thing, and the rubber has to hit the road at the national level. That's where countries need to be prepared. You know, global oversight, norms, frameworks, these are important, even essential, but in the end, it's what happens at the local level that's going to matter. When we went into COVID, there were regions that were better prepared, and one of them was Asia, because Asia had had experience of dealing with surges of infectious disease. Look at Korea's textbook response, for example, and it wasn't the only one. You know, look at the amazing way in which South Asia rolled out vaccines as soon as it could get its hands on it. You know, people were onto it, not quibbling about, you know, will it work, will it not? Get on with it, get it done, get the measures in place. So I think we all need to be urging in our jurisdictions that particularly the new IHR, which are ready to come into effect in September, have to be implemented. And every country's got work to do, from high income to the lowest income, to get that done. I think we need a lot of goodwill now moving through to the World Health Assembly to get the resolution through without too many more kind of nibbles away at things. Let's just bank it and move on. There's still annexes to be negotiated, and that's quite important. It needs to be done. I'm told that the earliest we can expect ratifications in sufficient number to bring the new agreement into effect is still 2 years away. It's still May 2027, right? Because we're not going to have probably the final agreements on PABs and so on and the annexes at the earliest till May next year to go to WHA, and then a ratification process. So we're a bit strung out with that. That's why I say come back to the local level. Are we prepared at the local level? And we have inspirational examples of preparedness from the poorest countries. Take, for example, Marburg virus in Rwanda quite recently. When I called on Dr. Tedros last November, he'd just come back from Rwanda. He had told the amazing story of how Rwanda had dealt with that. Initially, when cases turned up in hospital, it looked like malaria. So they responded as they would with malaria, and people started dying. They thought, my goodness, there's more to this. They got to the index case very quickly. They contained, they got on top of it. They had surveillance, they had laboratories, they did it. Let's be inspired. If Rwanda, an LDC, a well-organised LDC can do it, we can all do it. So I think that's where we need to act.
Thank you, Helen. And, absolutely. And actually, as we look at the challenges to the multilateral system and the global policy making, how we calibrate at the local level will probably be where our strength lies. Soumya, for your reflections as well, how can we do this?
Yeah, I think the work needs to go on, and we have to stop being paralyzed by what has happened. I think we have to look within ourselves for the resources, and countries like India have a lot of resources, and there are many other middle income and low middle income countries which have human resources, infrastructure, capacity, and with a little bit of additional support from government, but also from the private sector and from philanthropy. I think all need to play a role. Now, I just want to give an example of the mRNA technology transfer program that I was very much involved with initiating. This was at a time when the big pharma companies, the Pfizers of this world, basically were refusing to share their technology. They had developed very successful mRNA vaccine, and we at the WHO at that time were asking them, look, why don't you share it with a few other vaccine manufacturers around the world? We can get hundreds of millions more doses prepared very quickly. And as you remember, whole of 2021, it's estimated 1.3 million lives, mainly in Africa, could have been saved if vaccines had become available earlier in 21. A lot of people were waiting. So because we were met with this refusal, we decided that, okay, we need to think of a different approach. And so we started what's called the mRNA Tech Transfer Program, where academic scientists, small companies, decided to come together and say that we will develop our own mRNA vaccine. We don't necessarily need a big pharma company to do it for us. Now, the issue there, of course, is that in the middle of a pandemic, it takes time. You can't develop an mRNA vaccine. It was a new platform, etc. But the principle was that through collaboration, we will develop products for public good, so that next time around, if then there is a need, these would be shared freely with anyone who wanted to. So with the support of the medicines patent pool, which deals with these kind of issues for many years, has done for HIV, TB and other diseases, sharing of IP in a very transparent and fair and inclusive way, we developed this whole. And now there are 16 centers around the world which are working on mRNA vaccines, monoclonal antibodies, therapeutics, not just for COVID, of course, but for a host of other diseases which are relevant for us today. It could be the diseases relevant for Asia, for Latin America, for Africa, and so on. And the idea is that you prepare these in advance, and when the time comes, then of course there has to be a big infusion of government support to scale up manufacturing, but you're not starting from scratch. You've done all the groundwork. So this type of approach, this was a global one. I think we need regional funds, for just like the global fund, perhaps we need other mechanisms now. And if all countries agree to pay their share and recognize that without health, nothing else is going to succeed in terms of economic progress.
Absolutely.
So the investments in health, I think, become absolutely critical. And everyone must do their bit, not wait for others to come and,
Absolutely. Support. Absolutely. And really, and as we saw, and thank you so much for championing that work, Soumya, on the mRNA technology and the medicines patent pool, etc., because it is, a good example of innovation and how innovation can be shepherded in a time of crisis to deliver on the much needed medicine. Over to you, Lavando. What do you think?
Thanks so much. I mean, absolutely, Soumya, and also Ellen to it. But just to also add, we live in a digital age, and we need to use that where we can be able. Right now, we can be able to communicate and collaborate much easier between countries, and we should use that. And we also can share knowledge because we find that we have similar problems, but attacking them in very much different ways. And we can be able to use our vast differences in these uncertain times as our greatest strength to be able to reach these collaborations and be able to reach these solutions. In terms of the multilateralism and how can we push this pandemic agreement forward, in South Africa and Africa, we have a spirit of Ubuntu. I was taught by my grandmother when I was young in a village in Eastern Cape, South Africa, that Ubuntu is community taking care of its own. And we as a global health community, we should also practice that in terms of taking care of ourselves in the spirit of Ubuntu. For Ubuntu to be successful, each member of the community, meaning countries, must be effective and add value to the community. Each member must be self-determinant and start the individual journey towards self-determination and most important, accountability for their actions. A policy without resolve in terms of the pandemic treaty is a policy doomed to fail. We must practice the spirit of accountable Ubuntu because, as by Nelson Mandela was said, we are also interconnected and we share a common humanity. And we need to be aware of that. We also have seen this work in RISE. Previously, we had the Framework of Convention on Tobacco Control, which is rolled out globally, covering almost 5.9 billion people worldwide. So we can achieve this. And also at the same time, we need to understand that the pandemic treaty is this movement in the right direction. It's not perfect, I agree with you, but we also have to know that negotiating international legal agreements, as you said, takes time and it might be 2 years. But if we recognize that countries have accepted an ideal, and now we want to make sure it turns into action. And if countries truly and member states are serious about preventing the loss of lives and livelihoods, they can do it in a very efficient time. And they have shown belief with accepting in terms of the pandemic treaty. Now we want action and to go forward now.
Very well said, Lavando, and thank you Thank you for bringing the sense of Ubuntu back into this conversation and how we think about each other as a community taking care of itself. Before I come to you, Balram, and given that we have overflowing audience for this conversation, we will come to you. Get your questions ready. We will be coming to you because there is much wisdom in this room, and would love to hear your reflections from what you have heard from panelists, but also your own experience on how you're looking at these issues. But Balram, over to you, and how do you see us delivering on this global good in this challenging
I think
time?
I would just emphasize on the fact that although the pandemic treaty or any treaty is never perfect, and the biggest enemy of good is best. So we need to just get on and move with it. And we have seen it in COVID, where we were trying to fast track everything and stop all duplication. And that is what every member state has to do. Stop duplication and work together to within the member states, within the laboratories, within the scientists, and take things forward. I mean, mRNA is a great thing that happened. The pandemic treaty is a great thing happened. We were able to deliver a lot of vaccines. India remains a superpower of vaccines. In fact, so India will be able to contribute, and is now, after its contribution in HIV and COVID, the whole world is looking up to India being in the mainstream.
Said Balram, and I will come back to you on India's role and leadership, and what can a country like India, which with such wealth of experience and expertise addressing these issues, can do. Helen, I'm going to come to you for a quick sidebar and I'm going to do a bit of a cheating and go to the audience next before coming back to the panel for the next round. But Helen, would love to hear from you. Seeing what we are seeing with the US withdrawal and the shifting in the funding from the traditional donors, do you think we are in the realm that we are now shifting from global health to regional health? Is this a catalyst for regionalization, essentially, that we are entering now?
Well, first point, I want to agree with what Luando said about, maybe the money will come back, maybe it won't, but it's unpredictable and no one wants to count on it. With health, you need long-term planning, and that's going to come from countries sort of biting on it and saying, we're going to fund it. We can't rely on the unpredictability of external flows anymore. But with respect to the global regional, you need both, don't you? You need a strong WHO on policy, guidance, normative, the capacity to reach a global convention and so on. But I think that where regions are organised, we're really seeing the benefit of that. For example, under John Nkoseng's period when the Africa CDC was set up, thank God it was, before COVID, and it was there ready to be a voice for Africa, with Cyril Ramaphosa's strong championing at the time with his role with the AU. Now, PAHO, which also predates the WHO, also has a strong regional presence to lead. The issue is, I think, that not every region is organised like Africa or PAHO. For example, often we're reliant on the WHO's capacity at the regional level for that coordination, whether it's Southeast Asia region, West Pacific, which New Zealand, South Pacific happens to fall into the office which deals with Eastern Mediterranean, Europe, and so on. But there's kind of an unevenness in the way regions function. I think ASEAN, for example, could probably usefully step up its regional capacity in Southeast Asia to respond as events happen. But there is a role for both. If we don't have the global norm setting and bringing together across regions, we'll also miss out on the experience sharing and exchange that comes from having that kind of convening. So let's envisage a future with both, but recognising that the global structures have certainly been weakened. And just to pick up on some other points, I mean, when something like this happens, all these organisations are under funding pressure. What will happen now to Gavi's replenishment? What will happen to the global funds? The WHO is 600 million short for this year and 1.9 billion out of 4.4 short for the next biennium. This is disastrous. UNAIDS may be laying off half its staff. So everyone is looking at their own financial pressures in isolation. I think the member states need to demand they come together and look as a group, because we run the risk of vital functions falling through the cracks at the global level as everyone just looks at their own silo. And I can understand why they're doing it, but I think the member states have to speak and get people together so we don't lose essential things.
Thank you so much for that, Helen, and emphasizing that while these might not be mutually exclusive, we do have to look at regional, sub-regional level collaboration. And I'm actually working in Southeast Asia for the last few years. I looked at Africa and at the African example with much envy, and often wondered why cannot we do the same through ASEAN and other bodies, and a provocation. But with that, I'm going to come to the audience now. We've got about 15-20 minutes for questions, comments, and my request is going to be just try and keep it brief if you can, so that we can have as many, and then I'll come back to the panel for the second set of questions and concerns. I've got 3 hands, one at the back, 2 here, and 1 in the front. So Bhavya, let's take for the lady at the back first.
Hello. Yeah. Firstly, thank you for a very engaging discussion, very enlightening. Had a quick question. So we're dwelling a lot on the funding gap and the changing donor landscape, which all happens to be true. Going to the solutioning part of it, what do you see the role of private sector, and how can private sector, or how should private sector be stepping up to aid the governments, and how can we make PPP an actual reality and not just a buzzword?
Thank you. Very important question, and there's a 10:45 session on that as well. Over to you.
Thank you. So I'm Dr. Giridhar, and I'm representing the CHAI India, William J. Clinton Foundation. So speaking on the funding and how we are tracking countries with regards to their preparedness and financing, just a question to understand how rigorous and critical are we when we see the M&E aspect of the indicators that we check countries to score themselves with. Because we say that yes, we have some mechanisms to understand, okay, where they are placed 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now. But we really need to be a little, cautious whether countries overcome it, undercome it, and if there is some issues there, how do we check on these regards? Because it's definitely going to create problems in the future. Few thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Greta. Over to you.
Hi, my name is Maria Libreros. I was the COVID coordinator for the IFRC in Colombia during the pandemic. And I led a project actually that was destined to the WHO, but Mr. Trump withdrew, so we had to put in place a $6.5 million project of equipment for ICUs across Colombia. My question is, there was an article on the New Humanitarian about the withdrawal of funding from USAID, saying if an organization is affected by this withdrawal, it means that their project was not strong to begin with. So I had a question concerning the interaction maybe between grassroots movements and the governments to strengthen pandemic preparedness, and how you see these perspectives moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. And I was actually going to encourage also, if people want to share their own country regional perspectives on how they look at these issues manifesting, and not just questions, because I think would be good to hear with the diversity of views we have in the room. Over to you, sir.
Perfect, thank you. A great panel discussion, thank you. Adam Hacker from Coalition of Epidemic Preparedness Innovations. Just picking up on some of the discussions around manufacturing, regional manufacturing, and the investments which are going into mRNA technologies around the world. There are the mRNA hubs, obviously, and that's spreading out across the world, and many manufacturers are investing in mRNA. The trouble is, there is only the one vaccine at the moment, effectively, which people are looking in on, which is obviously related to COVID. RSV is commercially attractive, but that's not going to go anywhere because of the controls over that. In order for any manufacturer to be a player for future pandemics, they have to move the mRNA technology through to licensure to demonstrate that their mechanism, their manufacturing process, all of the procedures, the GMP, etc., all meeting the appropriate standards. And yet the investment to get through to a COVID approval is going to be nigh on impossible in this environment. And all other programs in mRNA technology are usually in very small niche indications, let's say Nipah, or, I mean, Mpox is a bit broader, but possibly. So how do you see the sustainability of mRNA manufacturing, particularly if we move to that regional hub model as is being implemented from the WHO perspective?
Thank you. Thank you for that. So let's go back to the panel with these four and for their reflections, and then we'll come for a second round in a moment as well. Soumya, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, maybe I can just quickly try to address some of these. So the role of the private sector is obviously very key, because we couldn't have gotten anywhere during COVID without the private sector. Going forward, I think that there should be more investment in R&D, not just leave it to someone else to do the R&D in some other country, but really, for example, India, with its huge capacity has focused mainly on production of generic medications and vaccines at low cost, affordable and safe and high quality, but not really a lot of investment in R&D. That changed during COVID, and I think that must continue and must grow. But there's clearly got to be a partnership with government, because a lot of the basic science needs to be funded through government. That's been the model, because private companies would do unlikely to invest heavily in very high risk so there needs to be further discussions, and like I mentioned earlier, the middle and the low middle income countries really need to step up now their investments in R&D. As Balram was saying, NIH has always been held up as a model, $40 billion, and we don't know what the future it's going to be. So I think we need to step up investments in R&D. I think on the regulatory pathways and movement of mRNA vaccines, I think this is again something which really needs deep discussion between regulatory agencies. And again, during COVID, we did see a lot of cooperation between regulatory agencies and ways in which efficiency was improved, products were approved much faster, and there was reliance on each other for moving things forward. So when we're talking about these new technologies, and I also would include cell-based therapies and the CAR T cells and all of these, the monoclonal, a lot of biologics, I think this is going to require a new paradigm. And particularly when you're talking about rare disease, Nipah, how do you get something approved? For COVID, I agree, it's going to be extremely difficult. But the good thing is that, for example, now there are a few mRNA vaccines for TB under development. We could use TB as a good example of how do you, develop a pathway for this kind of thing.
Thank you for that, Soumya. Loan, did you want to come in?
Sure, thanks. I mean, let me, not to just repeat, I think I agree definitely with Soumya relating to private-public partnerships. It's essential to go forward with it. And she highlighted the point in terms of, some of these drugs and development might not be profitable to the company, but it's actually a reality in a country. I mean, TBs, for example, South Africa and India is quite an issue, but in some places it's not as much, but it kills quite a lot of millions of people. And we want pharmaceuticals to be able to understand this. The other one is also for pharmaceuticals to strike a balance. We understand that they're for profit, but we have to also strike a balance in terms of humanity and ethics here. For example, in terms of medications that are essential to treatment now being either withheld or not including countries in the patent pool system for them to have access. For example, in South Africa, we're lucky for dolutegravir, for instance. We can get it, but some people in Brazil at some point had to leave and get it from other countries because it's not in their patent pool. We pay about $43 per maybe a dose per month, while they pay $263, and it gets worse with other countries, and it's part of the global south. It's not perfect. So that's one of the issues with private-public, that we need to strike a balance, and we have to understand we're all going forward together and trying to preserve and save as many lives. The other question related to indicators, as you mentioned there, I think, for a global south, we have to remember that indicators they're good in terms of planning for globally, but also we've seen that indicators have led to sometimes countries being punished. And that's where the problem is, where people are holding. And I think that's a challenge in the global south, because investments, now you're degrading in terms of your rating of your country, and now you don't want to give those numbers. And now we know that that's not really true what you're saying, but we know that, but what happens in the end, you're not getting the support and funding and planning appropriately, and that's a challenge. And the other one, even for a successful country, I mean, South Africa, we're still a semi-high, middle income and low income. If you look at us, we have good systems, but we have a major Gini coefficient difference in terms of between rich and poor, massive. Now, in terms of that, we found one of the variants of the coronavirus, and then basically after that, we had so many restrictions put on us, and we actually said, and our president Ramaphosa had highlighted that, how can we now in the future forefront of research show these different developments of pandemic and be punished, and the rand was tanking. So the indicators has to strike a balance, and I think the treaty is trying to address that in some places, but the wording's not as strong enough, I think. And so indicators can be a challenge, and we have to strike a balance, but essentially we need them to plan, but we must try to not punish those who are honest and try to help them. In terms of that. And then the last question from you, sorry about your funding, I'm experiencing the same issue back home. In terms of it, when we say about the funding and saying a program is not successful or it's not organized well for it to require so much foreign aid, it's absolutely not true. I mean, we all can have different development stages. For example, I mean, for HIV/AIDS in South Africa, we are currently at 15% in terms of the drugs being foreign aided funded, and that 15% is not purely US aid, by the way. It's different parts of the philanthropic space, but that 15% wasn't there since pre-94. I mean, you know, South Africa had major denialism where we didn't want ARVs and we're telling people to eat beetroots and exercise. It really didn't work out. We had people dying galore, and actually social and civil society addressed that gap, and we had major strikes who took the South African government to court and got ARVs in the country. When it started rolling out, it was not 15%. A lot of it was foreign aid. But we were gradually self-actualizing, and I keep on saying it's self-determining as a country to try to reach that point where in case something like this happened, we're not dependent. Unfortunately, the US aid, when it started, a lot of it was for the whole continent. My brothers and sisters in other parts in Africa did not do the same thing. Hence what's happening in Zambia now, with a massive shortfall of your budget, which you're depending on it. Now people die. Now we're at 15% shortfall in South Africa in terms of the funding for that one, but it's not as bad. So going back to your question, it's not true. It's about gradual progress, and even a business in private sector requires a loan, and you show your development plan and you meet your indicators and targets and grow. So that's not true. It's just about showing your planning and your future projection.
Thank you for that, Lavando. And an important point is that I think, and that's what the piece from the New Humanitarian, which was being cited, makes as well, is when programs are exclusively aid dependent rather than having that shared partnership model as well. Balram, Helen, any reflections from either of you on the questions?
I think just to your question, public-private, I think just repeating the same, public-private partnership is the way forward. We demonstrated it with the Covaxin, how trust, timeliness, mutual respect was responsible for getting a vaccine in 8 months' time. Coming to your regulatory issue, I think we worked with the European agency, the UK agency, and we were working on fast-tracking things very fast. And I think we should keep that momentum for other things and try to, what we have learned from COVID, it's been 5 years, but we should continue with that momentum. And the other one was indicators. I think they should be kind of targets rather than punishing a country, as Lavando has said. They should just be a target to guide.
Thank you, Helen.
Yes, a couple of points. Firstly, a shout out to Somia for getting the mRNA hub and spoke arrangement set up. That was really extremely important. And we do need diversity of R&D and manufacturing. You know, it's not. I should put this on, actually. It's not satisfactory for the countries of the south to have to wait until the north deigns to supply or make stuff available. I mean, certainly we look to India as a major powerhouse of vaccines, and also Brazil has huge capacity, but so has South Africa, so have many other countries, and just getting that diversity of R&D and research is important. Look, the old model in the north has been that governments have put in an awful lot of money to R&D, the companies have picked it up and then made a lot of money out of it and felt no ethical obligation to supply. I think one of the things that's come through in the pandemic treaty is now when you give R&D funding, you put some conditions on it, right? That there will be a public good component out the other end with necessary medications being made available. On the reporting, Luanda is absolutely right that when South Africa honestly and faithfully reported the emergence of Omicron, it faced a whole lot of trade and tourism bans, right? and that wasn't fair, and it is a disincentive to report. Which is why the IHR will never come down enthusiastically for travel or trade bans, because it wants people to report and feel they can do it without punishment. Just one last thought to throw into the conversation about the development of new vaccines and medications. I'm told by Richard Hatchett of CEPI that AI is going to be our friend. That the ability to crunch large amounts of data and design new vaccines may well be aided by AI. But then who's going to have access to what is available to do that work? But that could be something interesting to follow.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Helen, and to all the other panelists as well. There is a lot to digest there. Before I come back to the panel for the second round of questions, it's just opening it up to the audience for any further reflections and questions, clarifications, comments from your end as well. I see two hands coming up, Bhavya, starting from the back, and then two here.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Manisha Mandal, and my reflection from what's the landscape that we are all struggling with is that a lot of leaders are now saying that low and middle income countries should step up, but they have their own challenges. I am little skeptical on that, because that will just take years and decades to come and accelerate the progress that we've made so far. Why are we not streamlining our activities to give a pushback to everything like fund? It has to move with the structure which has already given us this progress. Why are we keep on saying that low and middle income countries should step up instead of saying, no, I mean, this model won't work. This shouldn't be accepted. That's what I feel. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I had the gentleman here, Bhavya, and then one behind as well.
Hello everyone. This is Dr. Prabha Khaka from International SOS. And my question is more about information dissemination. What we saw during COVID, realm of information actually expanded and exploded. And we did see information being shared both in ministries, I mean, even smaller ministries of health. It increased a lot. I feel that was a good outcome. But even now, I feel that there is some gaps in collaboration, or rather dissemination or gathering and spreading of that information. So my question is, do we see WHO and other bigger platforms like the Africa CDC being more collaborative on that front?
Thank you. The last one, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you to the wisdom of the panel. My name is Carlo Lorenzo. I'm an epidemiologist working with WHO for many years, but now I'm representing the University of Sydney as a PhD candidate. I have a very quick and simple question, but before that, I'd like to give the context why I'm asking this question. So a few months ago, I was working in the conflict-stricken area in the Philippines, working with USAID as well. and we had to pull out our funding in the improving the health outcomes of those affected in the conflict areas. I think the movement of the project management was to write a grant letter to other countries, for example, COICA and JICA. But I'm still worried about that move because it still works around the volatility of the funder. My question is, it's very simple, but how can we ensure that we are not going back on how we practice global health security, or how can we ensure that we are doing global health security differently? For example, you mentioned that we can write to philanthropists, we can write to private sectors, but that still works around the volatility of the funding. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I think there is a common theme that we have here. How do we not go back to how things were and use this as an opportunity to reform and recalibrate? I would like to go back to the panel now and also come back to the second set of questions that we wanted to have your reflections on. If I could come to you, Soumya, first. You did mention in your opening remarks the issue of trust and the dwindling of trust that you're finding. And hearing what we just heard about misinformation, disinformation, the bad practices from the past, what do you think we can do to restore trust in science in this environment where there is such deepened mistrust now?
So that's actually topic for another hour's discussion. I think it's very, very important, but to keep it very short and to address some of the very important points made, I think we live in an age of, we can't, I think, go backwards. Now we are in the social media age, and everyone is influenced by what you see on social media. It's got the good, the bad, and the ugly. And particularly young people depend a lot on social media. During the pandemic, Dr. Tedros used to talk about the infodemic actually being even worse maybe than the viral. Because the virus, you can find solutions. For the infodemic, what do you do? How do you actually get people to understand that some things are just outright nonsensical, there are conspiracy theories, whereas other things, So what can we do? A few things. I think data, information sharing is very important. And I think governments and public health agencies must become much more transparent with the data. The more the transparency, you may get a lot of questions, but I think ultimately you're building trust. Because I think if you're sharing information with the public with the right intention and explaining what you're sharing. Second is science is evolving. People used to, in the pandemic, say, but you said this yesterday and today you've changed your mind and you're telling us something different. That means you don't know anything. But science is not static. Science is, so let's start teaching children really the concepts of science. I think we have to start from young kids. But throughout, we've got to build that science literacy and health literacy in our populations, which is often very lacking. And then communication. I think many of us as medical doctors or nurses or public health people are not trained in communication. You're just trained in your discipline. So I think everyone needs to be trained in communication, particularly if you're in public health. And you need to communicate regularly and again with transparency, openness, humility, and honesty. I think that's the only way to build long-term. So scientists and public health experts do need, I think, courses in communication. And finally, I think to talk about, what do we do going forward? I think we have to invest in primary health care. Of course, we need our ICUs, tertiary systems, but those countries that did very well, including the ones in Asia that Helen was referring to, basically had invested in primary health care and community health workers. And if you have that network, which is strong, then you can do a lot at the local level without necessarily huge infusion of external funds. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Soumya. And then actually, underscoring the points about the role of thought leadership from scientists. But I also would like to acknowledge is the remarkable work that was done by the Lancet Financial Times Commission on digital technologies and health. And Ilona is in the room, and at some point she may want to take the floor herself, also because of her own work on trust and looking at how trust can be strengthened and developed in this regard. Ilona, I don't know if you want to share some thoughts now or later, maybe later. Yeah. Balram, if I could come to you next in terms of role of India and how can a country like India ensure equitable access to medical countermeasures and technologies. And how do you see this role evolving, particularly within the present context that we are in?
So I think India has played a vital role recently. The HIV pandemic, supplying drugs for that in this century, early this century, inexpensive medications, high quality medications for HIV was the first major thing that India did. And the second was supplying vaccines to more than 100 countries during COVID. And that has put, these two things have really put India in the mainstream of the whole world is looking at us for lower cost, high quality medications and vaccines. It is established as the pharmacy of the world, supplying 60% of the generic drugs across the world. 60% of the vaccines in the UN system are supplied by India. So I think this has led to India being labeled as the pharmacy of the world. I think in the future, India will have to scale up and build on these achievements in a big way. And there could be expansion of pharmaceutical exports, including maintaining high quality and also, more importantly, enhancing API production, where we are still not the best. And I think that is one area where we will have to. New drug discovery, I think we are not there yet, but I think with investment, more investment in R&D, we will have to get into that. And new drug discovery is not easy. It takes years and years. Although with what you have mentioned with AI, we are looking at much faster methods. And while many of these pharmaceutical companies are also looking at that. India will have more influence in multilateral organizations, forums, and provide cohesion. India will have to lead and provide cohesion for Global South, reinforcing its role as a cooperative global partner. And examples are, the Solar Alliance and the Vaccine Maitri, which we have recently seen from India. And I come back to the third point, which is where we have to invest in domestic health innovation. India will have to invest more in R&D and health infrastructure and private-public partnership, biotech, innovations, digital health, and platforms targeting global needs. So that too will be a major role. So India has got 15% of the world's population, or 1.4 billion. So it not only has a responsibility for its population, but with the demographic dividend that we have, I think India can contribute for global health in a big way.
Thank you for that, Balram. Lavando, from India to Africa as a continent, when we heard a lot in terms of how Africa took COVID as an opportunity and brought regional and Pan-African alliances together, the notable example of Africa CDC and regional manufacturing capacities that are being built. So how do you see that leadership evolving, and where do you see the potential to go?
Thanks for that. For Africa, we have to be honest here. There's a lot of challenges of conflicts, election disputes, and so forth. And okay, okay, sure. I thought it was we have to leave the building now. Okay. I'm not on duty as a physician now. I'm a panelist. But anyway, in terms of my answer, sure, we have had some very positives with CDC and so forth, but African Union and African Union still has challenges, and countries have challenges. And my answer to you in terms of leadership in general in Africa, Africa has a crisis of leadership. South Africa has a crisis of leadership. I've come across today from the Global South as the youngest president of the Public Health Association of South Africa to engage with you and show you a message and share a message with you of hope and belief in terms of us for the pandemic treaty and the pandemic preparedness. In terms of it, we need to, as the Global South, to be self-determinant and be able to address our internal challenges and regional challenges and be able to move forward as a unified entity and not just everyone working in silos. And also to understand that one loss next to the neighboring country will actually affect the others. We experienced that in South Africa with El Nino and Mozambique having a lot of cross-border infections happening because we were not as supportive, and we need to really look at that. In terms of though the pandemic treat is an ideal, I come from South Africa. South Africa has a very challenging history, pre-94 segregation and human rights issues. And in pre-94, in terms of it, it's that's only 32 years ago, okay? And 32 years ago, I would have been oppressed and I would have not been able to move around as a black man. But then before 1994, that was an ideal that I, as a black person, could be in India right now having these discussions on a high-level panel. It was a belief, and now it's reality. It's happening. So this is a belief right now. It can become a reality, and we need to really understand that. And it's also happened in India in terms of independence and so forth in other countries. And even COVID, when we were at the beginning as a clinician at the coalface and the people were dying a lot and you were scared, but you're also trying to manage it, and we actually found a vaccine. We believe the scientists will get on board, we believe people will action it, and we believe people will come together and be able to go forward. But we need to also, as a global South, self-determine. In terms of Africa, at a national level, we need to have people-centered and also bipartisanship, where we're focusing on the improvement of the people, and also having policies that improve social determinants of health and strengthen health systems. And that's at a national level for each country to do. And to build on that, we need the regional, in terms of all the east, west, and south of Africa, SADC, ECOWAS, the AMUGA, and also the West Africans, to work together in their region so that they can coordinate and have true multilateralism, and also have a people-centered focus and a unified efforts to be able to address the challenges in the different parts of Africa. And with that, we need an African Union that can make states accountable and be able to be empowered by their member states to actually have decisive and actions and hold the countries accountable for the people of Africa and everyone else in terms of the region. And because we might have the African Union there and we are a unified group in terms of responding, but the accountability is a querying issue, and we need to address that. And we need to also make sure that we work together on a global scale and be able to collaborate from the Southeast Asia all the way to Africa, from South America to Africa. And even though we have these different gaps, and work with those who want to work with your country and your region to reach your self-determination and want to contribute to it. Not everyone might want to do that, but those who want, you should welcome them. Not everyone in the global north does not want to help Africa. I think they do. They do it, but they have different levels of that, and you need to still work with it and have an open door policy. And we also have to understand, as I paraphrase Mahatma Gandhi, that the action we do today is what's going to be the future we live in. So we need to be able to move from today and be able to engage that. Thanks.
Very well said, Lavando. Thank you. Thank you for those powerful remarks and for challenging us in many ways to think about leadership. Helen, your reflections, is this a point of leverage that we think about of more distributed leadership, not just for pandemic response, but for global health as well?
Oh, I think so, and I think we've heard very powerful exponents of that on the panel. It is a time for Africa to lead. It is a time for Asia to lead. It is a time for Latin America to lead. The world is changing fast. Unfortunately, the international institutions aren't changing with it, and that remains a major issue. What's the power structure at the IMF? What's the power structure at the Security Council? What's the power structure at the World Bank, and so on? Of course, if these institutions don't adapt, others will fill their place, and we're beginning to see that as others step up. So, how do we move forward together, taking fully on board this incredible dynamism in the global South now? I just want to hark back to one of the questions, and I think I understand where it's coming from, which was don't just accept what's happening, fight back. But the reality is that high-income countries are now on their own funny journey, right? They're looking inwards. They're rearming, whether they're jumping at ghosts or have legitimate fears, who knows? But life has changed, and it, the support may come and go, but what I would underline is you can't rely on it, and so that unfortunately does call on everyone to step up. And I know how hard it is. If you're a least developed country, a low-income country, everything's a priority and you don't have enough money. And as Soumya said, many countries are spending more on the debt servicing than they can on health and education. It's very, very tough. But that brings me, Rajat, to an op-ed that you and I did on how to deal with this very difficult situation. And part of it will be in domestic health expenditure, having a good hard look at what you're actually spending on. And I think we shouldn't forget the insights from that Lancet Commission 3.0 on setting health priorities to reach a target of lowering by 50% preventable premature mortality by 2050. This was launched at the World Health Summit in Berlin last year, and it basically was a best buys, best bangs for the buck kind of approach, that if you invest in these things, you will get the best results. So go back to very, very firm prioritization about what is really going to move the health and well-being of the whole population forward. I know it's not easy. None of it's easy. I've been a Minister of Health, hardest job I ever had in my life. There's never enough money. There's never enough money. But doing the best with what we have is so critical.
Thank you so much, Helen. We are coming close to the end of our conversation, but I think I can squeeze in a couple of final comments from the audience before I come back to the panel for their final remarks. I'm going to start sounding like an auctioneer now. It's going to be going once. Esperanza, lovely to see you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Esperanza Martinez from the Australian National University. I really like your comments about crisis of leadership, but also this element of distributed leadership. I mean, every one of us is here trying to think how we exercise change within our own domain. But the question remains, though, that countries still need to look at the big picture, and we have a challenging economic environment. And I was this morning listening to the US planning to pulling out of the deep sea, the agreement not to mine in the deep sea. And the scientist was asking, but other countries might actually refuse to do that or do something about it. And his answer was, I don't think so. They are busy trying to deal with the tariffs and the economic downside of what's going on in the US. So where are the conversations, and this is to you all, but probably you, Helen, do you see this joint conversation of financing in the middle of a public crisis where health is actually being taken into consideration more? Because the conversations can happen at local level, national level, but also at global level. They are not happening in the IMF, they are not happening in the World Bank. So where is the global in this joint conversation? Thanks.
Thank you for that, Esperanza. Over to you, please. Mike will travel to you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for a wonderful panel, an esteemed panel. I mean, I wouldn't have imagined sitting in front of a panel like this. My two mentors, Dr. Soumya, Dr. Balram Bhargav, being here, and wondering since January this year how the world map has changed in terms of funding and in terms of the health system in general. So my overall comment on this would be, we really need to reimagine the building blocks that WHO had so well crafted. What new building blocks do we need inside the health system now? And the traditional stakeholders that we've had have been there, but we need to have new ones. And I might want to bring attention to one particular thing that Soumya ma'am said, was about the science literacy with in the schools and colleges. But ma'am, as you know, even the medical colleges that we have in India, all 680 plus of them, and we have only 10 or 15 of them which actually produce some kind of research output. So what are we doing with the rest? And since NIMS is a partner, they should also think about it.
Thank you for that. So we are into the final stretch, and I'm going to have one question to you all. Try and keep it short if you can. what's the most urgent policy action that you think should be prioritized over the next months, but for the medium term as well? And maybe we can start with you, Balram.
I think the most important policy action is speed, 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 and keep the momentum that has been there, and the countries will have to reinvent themselves and forge newer alliances to meet this challenge.
Thank you for that, Balram. So speed is the essence, and countries need to brace themselves. Soumya?
I think ensuring that policy is evidence-based and on data, on research, both in the local context and learning from global experience. And I think health technology assessment has shown itself to be really very useful exercise. You know, both Balram and I have done that, and it's continuing to grow in India. We've learned from Thailand and other countries in the region and globally. And that will also speak to what Helen was saying earlier about if you have limited resources, where do you want to put them in?
Thank you.
Thanks so much. In terms of my answer to what would be the best policy action, I mean, I go back to the country level. I mean, you know, of course we have a pandemic treaty now, but at a country level, we need meaningful multi-sectorial collaboration. We cannot have health ministers just agreeing in a country and then no one else, the Treasury is not going to support what you just signed. It's not giving you the right budget. Also, you have agriculture not coming to the table in terms of food security. We also have trade and not also improving job stimulus for economic improvement and employment. We need multi-sectorial policy level action in the country level, and for the country to work towards self-determination so that these treaties that we sign as a country actually go into effect and are effective. Because if you say that you're going to be able to sign and be able to share technology, yet the law in your own country doesn't allow you to enforce that the private pharmaceutical company to share that technology, doesn't happen. So you need to have that meaningful action at the country level. In terms of the question there at the back, I mean, your question about the action and whether it's actually going to happen, I mean, I think I said that multi-sectorial involvement, you can't do it, even though we can sign and have a budget that's, I haven't seen a health minister, I know your job was difficult, Helen, I haven't seen a health minister who hasn't given a budget that could actually cover it, but actually gets given totally something different compared to the finality. And then in terms of the ending and leaving you off, you know, I just still believe that the Global South should self-determine. I agree that there are challenges that you might not have everything, but if you work as a region and you collaborate and share some of your knowledge and resource and support each other, you can gradually get there. It's not going to happen in 5 years. It might not even happen in our lifetime as a country. I mean, Singapore is a clear example of that, where they had started and look where they are right now. So it's about gradual self-determination and meaningful commitment and people-centered policies. Thanks.
Thank you. Helen?
Well, agreeing with everything that's been said, I think the most urgent is building the local and regional capacity to respond on PPR. These IHR new regs need to be implemented and upheld. It is, as Luando stressed, multi-sectoral, and that means leaders have to step up. You know, very easy now that we're in the neglect part of the panic and neglect cycle to say, oh, that's the Minister of Health. The Minister of Health, I can say, is not the most powerful person in the government, right? Far from it. You need leaders on your side. They've got to do the convening. They've got to kick the Treasury. They've got to bring agriculture and others to the table. So leaders stepping up to make sure that there is this focus on capacity to do what needs to be done is critical.
Absolutely. And thank you, Helen, and thank you to the entire panel. I'm not going to even try and summarize this discussion, but we did hear a lot about issues in terms of self-determination, building trust, regionalization. We did talk about accountability, but something that each of the panelists touched upon, which I thought was rather remarkable, is how do we pivot from looking at health as a cost to health as an investment in our societies, in our future. But something that you said, Lavando, reminded me of a quote from Jonathan Mann, which said we need to work with the belief that things can change. And things can indeed change, even in these rather challenging environment, things can change, and can change because of all of you and your own leadership and the work that we do. Thank you so much. Have a lovely conference, and good luck for the rest of it.
Well, South Africa, of course, with G20 this year, you're playing a big role. You've got a very active health working group.
Yes, yeah, we do. And I mean, definitely reaching out.
Yes, of course. I think everybody has to run.
I'm hosting the World Congress of Public Health.
So they have taken, maybe we can share.
So definitely I'll reach out to your people and see.
Yeah, maybe you want an official.
Okay. Go on the health working group, so I've got Professor Cousins.
Yes.
And also Rajat is representing, and I'll put this video.
And then we need a quick group photo.
Yes, yeah.
Group photo. That's on there. Wouldn't have happened.
Fantastic.
Excellent. The fake actors.
Excellent.
Lovely to meet you, Balram. Thank you.
Excellent, Sharon.
Thank you. I think you have your 1045 ready. Please there.
Hi, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Melanie Kick.
Nice to meet you.
I'm advisor to the World Health Summit in the US.
Oh, yeah. You made it, Helen.
Yes, so that was exactly what I was going to say.
Oh yeah, you sent a message. Yeah.
Hi, Alana.
Nice to see you here. That was quite a light panel.
Check. Hello, check.
सारे कर
The next one.
हेलो हेलो माइक चेक
दबाए रख
हेलो हेलो
हेलो चेक ये तो हेलो चेक चेक अच्छा दूसरा लगाऊंगा तीन ही के कर लेगा नहीं check 1 T sound check
See,
hello.
this is working.
check 1 T sound check check hello check 1 T sound check
It's okay, एक रहना दो आप. It's okay भैया उसको हटा दो एक ही रहना दो इतना chaos करने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है रूम इनफ छोटा ही है एक माइक से सही आवाज़ चली जा रही है
बात वो नहीं है ना बात ये स्ट्रीमिंग में जो जाती है वो दिक्कत होती है वहाँ पर जानी चाहिए ना
वो भी है
नहीं बात पूरा ही कर दिया
बंद कर
check, check. Hello, hello.
चेक करो
कंफ्यूज अरे यार मैंने हाँ चेंज कर दो
check on the test.
हाँ पिंकू है पिंकू बात करने जरा ए पिंकू बात करो ये तो हो गया था सज्जाद हाँ हाँ मेरे पास एक भी लैंगो का लैपटॉप नहीं है एचपी का है एचपी और डेल का है भाई ये चार्जर हाँ हाँ मतलब सिल्वर वाला है
Check test. Hello test. Check. Hello check on the test. Hello.
मुझे एक सेव करना है
Hello.
Hello. Check test.
Check, 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 check one, check one, tish, tish, tish.
hello, test 1 2. Check, hello, test. Check 1 2. Test, hello, check. Test, hello, check 1 2. Test, hello, check. Check, test, hello, test 1 2. Check, hello, test. check, T, hello, check.
By the private sector and others, how do we take it to scale in the public sector? That's something which we are really looking at, and also within
पहला check, T, hello, check, hello, T, check, hello, check, hello, check, hello.
return on investment was humongous. For every dollar they invested, they got about $3 in return. So we've had excellent examples, and also now we're seeing greater interest of large corporates such as the Tata Motors, IKEA, Wellspun, etc. So it's essentially not just to advocate and influence and work with the public sector, but we're trying to India. And what I see the strength of all of these sectors is with the public sector, we see there is reach, there is universality, infrastructure, etc. And private sector, it can bring in efficiencies, innovations, tech, non-tech, quality, attract talents, all of that. And philanthropy, of course, they can bridge this and ensure that we reach out to the underserved regions. What we are talking about, even this morning I attended the session on carbetocin, etc. How do we advocate with the government to see that that's a need in kind of work on mechanics to see that it's available to the most needy? So I just
उसी के ऊपर उसी के ऊपर
long press. Hello? Okay, great. Now I can hear myself sound really loud. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you have had a good lunch and must not be feeling sleepy. We will not let you. We will try to not bore you in this session at all and try to make it more conversational. So the way that this panel is structured is that, of course, first of all, let me invite all the amazing panelists. And I'm going to not name them, but in any order. But Bhumika, Bianca is online. She couldn't be here with us. Bianca, I hope you can hear us very well. Could you just say hello so that we know that you can hear us and we can hear you too as well? Is that being worked on? Is she online? Maybe you should check. In the meantime, can I please ask our esteemed panelists to be and take the seat here? Probably Anju, Mary, Manju, Sanjay Patanshetty and Bhumika, could you please be here? We were supposed to have your names card here, but for some reason it's not here, so please take whatever seats you prefer. Yes, we have. And I'm not needed here, so I can just take the seat with the audience, probably. Bhumika, do we have everything set up there with Bianca? No. Please join. And Dr. Sanjay will join later. So, welcome all. Today we are here to, on the panel, Bridging the Gap Between Research and Policy in South Asia. And I think when we talk about bridging the research to policy gaps, there are a number of key bits that we all need to consider. I think it's not only about accessibility when we talk about bridging the policy to knowledge gap. I think it's more so about how this evidence is presented, what kind of communication are we engaging in with the policymakers when we talk about research. Is it demand-led or is it just supply-led? Are we just, are the researchers just doing research in silos without having any kind of communication with the policy? And I think there are certain effective strategies that probably these esteemed panelists today will be putting some light on, and we can have a discussion around how best to bridge this research to policy gap. I know we have been talking about bridging the research to policy gap for a number of years now, but I think these communications will not be enough until it is actually being implemented very well. So imagine a world where a transformative policy is actually based on robust evidence, and it is not just in UK and USA, but also in low and middle income countries like South Asia, where each and every policy is actually based on evidence, where we talk about effective policies, cost-effective policies, and then a decision is being taken up. Obviously, looking at the contextual factors, but having a word like that is something that we would like to achieve in the long run, and that's why these communication is going to keep happening. I'm going to stop here because I don't want to take up time of the esteemed panelists here. In terms of the logistics, each panelist will, for 5 minutes or 5 to 6 minutes, and I would request our panelists to, keep with their time. Would be talking about what they want to be speaking about, highlighting and briefing us about that. We will have some guided questions probably to just get into the conversation. And it's going to be extremely open for the audience to ask questions. So we want to make it as interactive as possible. So if you have questions, after each panelist have, completed their talk, probably if you want to have any burning question, you can raise your hand, or probably you can wait till the end of Q&A. Okay, with that, I would like to invite Bhumika, who is from CSA, and she's going to be introducing herself and the organization and the work that she does.
This one? Okay. I think it's better now, yeah. Thank you everyone for joining. So I'm Bhumika, I'm the Director of Campbell South Asia. So we are a South Asian network of Campbell Collaboration. Campbell Collaboration is a global organization which works on evidence-informed policy decisions. Cochrane, Campbell and JBI. So these three are the main prominent global organizations working in the area of evidence-informed policy implementation. So in this panel, so we all are together along with WHO CRO to see how to bridge gap in evidence implementation in South Asia, and that is the whole idea of this panel. So I would like to begin my talk by sharing a story on one of transformation, rigor and learning. So it is a story of evidence revolution which has shaped the way we think about what works in public policy and development. This revolution has unfolded in 4 waves over the past 3 decades. The first wave began in the 1990s with the result agenda, where there was shift from measuring inputs to tracking actual outcomes. Then this gave rise to new accountability systems, but it soon became clear that knowing results just not enough, and we needed to know why and how this change happened. And then came in the second wave in 2000, that is the rise of impact evaluations, especially randomized control trials. These rigorous methods showed that interventions don't work as expected. It taught us the value of testing assumptions with evidence. By 2008, the third wave emerged, that is the expansion of systematic reviews, where the systematic reviews collated evidence from hundreds of studies to give us a clearer picture of what works, where, and for whom. But still the challenge remains on evidence translation, on accounting for contextual factors and how this evidence can be implemented. Now then came the fourth wave, that is knowledge brokering. This wave focuses on turning research into action, making evidence accessible and useful to policymakers, practitioners, and the public through portals, guidelines, and checklists. Not just through research, but also by creating a lot of evidence products that can be used directly by the community and also the policy implementers. And just beyond the horizon is a potential fifth wave, that is the use of AI and big data to automate and enhance evidence generation. Together, these waves form a powerful movement towards an experimenting society, one that learns from evidence, adopts, and improves. The takeaway now is clear, that is, building and using rigorous evidence isn't just good science, but it's a smart policy. Now you just imagine, so there are a lot of funding organizations and government, so they're implementing trillions on public services and public programs. But what is the amount that is allocated to actually test what works and how? That is just 0.5%. Is this enough for us to understand what works? So is there a need for more funding in this area? However, the health sector and the defense, they have substantial research funding. But what about the social sector? So they still lag behind to get enough funding. And now it's all about One Health, but just working on health alone will not help, but also together considering a lot of social factors and also the criminal justice. So even these areas need funding in evidence-based policy implementation. So because now it's all about One Health. So the underinvestment is a major missed opportunity, and without robust evidence, policies risk being ineffective or even harmful. So the Campbell collaboration urges a transformative shift, investing in this research, like impact evaluations, knowledge translation products, systematic reviews, and evidence and gap maps. By doing so, we can ensure that public policies are informed by solid evidence, leading to better outcomes for societies worldwide. In today's data-driven world, making smart decisions means using the right evidence tools. And now there are 3 key innovations that are transforming how we connect research to policies. That is evidence and gap maps, and policy toolkits and evidence portals. We at Campbell Collaboration and Campbell South Asia, now we are working on evidence and gap maps. So this evidence and gap maps basically is a visual map which organizes the available evidence on what we know and where evidence is missing. And this helps policymakers and funders see the landscape on highlighting strong areas and pinpointing gaps that need further research. This is one of the work that we carry out. And the other product that we also do is policy toolkits. Here they translate complex research into actionable guidance. This think of them as a how-to manual offering recommendations, implementation strategies, and checklists that is tailored to real-world settings. And then there are evidence portals which we recently carried out for CGIAR and FCDO. So these are user-friendly platforms that bring together high-quality studies, summaries, and systematic reviews all together in one place. And these are decision makers' gateways to credible, relevant information. Basically, how it works is how this happened. So we had brainstorming session with CGIAR on gender and agriculture. So they came up with a series of important questions in that area. So under different themes, we aligned those questions and we prepared long summaries, short summaries, and this we integrated this in the map. So just this map, directly this portal will not just help us, getting to know about the study. So we click on that study, then we get to know the summaries of these studies. If you are interested in long summaries, we have long summaries ready and the short summaries ready as well. So the policymakers do not have time and they cannot invest in getting to know about the method and all of that. So it's easy for them to access these evidence portals for the ready information. And also we provide link for the complete study where they can directly get access to go to that study in detail and learn about that. So these are the three innovative policy material that knowledge translation products that we have developed. And with this I conclude my talk. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me, Ashrita?
Yes, very well. We can hear you, Bianca. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and apologies I can't be there in person, but I'm very excited to be joining you remotely from Adelaide. So my name is Bianca Pillar. I'm the Director of Global Relations at JBI, which is a global organisation working across more than 50 countries and with more than 100 partners worldwide, including hospitals, policy centres, NGOs, and many others. So following on from Bhumika's brief presentation, I've been asked to talk to you specifically around science communication, knowledge translation, and how researchers and policymakers can work together. So I've just got a few slides to help demonstrate that, and I think it's going to bring to life a lot of what Bhumika was just telling you as well. So, evidence uptake depends not only on producing rigorous research, but on communicating it clearly, compellingly, and contextually. So when we talk about science communication, it's not just about translating technical findings, but it's also about building trust between researchers, end users, and policymakers, and those people that you hope to influence, and framing the relevance of your research and your findings for those audiences, and then empowering those different decision makers to act on the evidence. And then knowledge translation goes a step further, and that's the process of ensuring that research findings are contextualised and shared with policymakers in timely and actionable and relevant ways. So engaging with policymakers, practitioners, end users, and affected populations from the outset is really important, because this helps to shape relevant research questions and align the outputs and findings with the real world needs, and that fosters a mutual ownership of the findings of that research. So pictured here in this very busy slide is a number of the things that we take into account when we are talking about communication dissemination or translation of research for uptake. And that is, I think, before going into some of these elements, it's important to remember that essentially when we are talking about researchers and policymakers, we're talking about humans. And this is why understanding how people or humans receive information and like to, be communicated to, and the way that they absorb information differently is really important. And that's why that engagement piece is so important from the outset. So as researchers, we need to be thinking about who are we trying to communicate this evidence to and why? What is relevant to them? What do they need to know? And presenting findings in different ways that are contextualised for those different audiences, are really important. So I'm just going to show you quickly what this looks like in action through a case study. This is a case study around involuntary migrant women. We know that forced migration is an urgent public health issue. There's over 1 billion people are forecasted to be displaced by the year 2050. This qualitative JBI systematic review on the experiences of nurses caring for involuntary migrant maternal women by Kassam and colleagues was a community-led response to the populations of women who migrated to Canada and then were left to navigate complex networks of health and social systems on their own, while also dealing with the emotional, mental and physical effects shaped by intersections of gender, race, class, violence, trauma and their migrant status. So the purpose of this systematic review was to improve access to health and social services through the sharing of experiences of women impacted by gender-based violence and forced migration. The audience for this systematic review was health and social services, including health practitioners and local and national policymakers. So this is a graphic representation of how this systematic review, this very important piece of evidence, was disseminated over a 12-month period to those different stakeholders, and the layers of content that allowed different decision makers or end users to dive either as shallow or as deep into the research and the findings as they like. So, tailored policy briefs for not only national and local policy makers, but also the World Health Organization Department of Health and Migration, a 4-page best practice information sheet that included a visual summary that was tailored towards health practitioners, videos to tie in with World Health Awareness Days during Refugee Week, blogs that were shared for community leaders, etc. And so I think, this is, again, a visual representation of how we work to tailor communication to those different audiences to meet them where they were at and make the findings relevant to them and the way that they make decisions. So this is a little bit, what that looks like in practice, including that visual summary where at a snapshot you can see the recommendations for practice for health practitioners and, the different formats that I spoke about. So the review recommendations from this qualitative systematic review informed hospital policies and programs across British Columbia and Canada, but it was also included in the World Health Organization Global Evidence Review on Health and Migration, which supports evidence-informed policy making and targeted interventions in member states. So I think, the takeaway message here is that continuous engagement, as researchers on the supply side, continuous engagement with decision makers and the end users of evidence through meetings, workshops, consultations, feedback loops provides a critical insight into how those decision makers want to receive evidence and how they interpret findings and how it is relevant to them and meeting them where they're at, and ultimately enables timely adaptations and more effective knowledge translation. Hopefully that was 6 minutes, Ashrita.
Thanks, Bianca. Yes, very well. I'm really loving all my panelists here. They are just within their time. And again, this is not working. I should put this on somewhere. But anyways, I hope you can hear me, Bianca. It was really amazing. And we do have some questions for you, which we will pose during the conversation. May I now request Anju Sinha to, probably introduce her talk, what she is going to be talking about today, and probably again requesting her to be well within 6 minutes if possible.
So thank you Ashrita and thank you Bhumika for inviting me to this panel. This is a great privilege. I think I can use my, yeah.
I think we are all audible within this small room, so there's no need. Yeah, thank you. So I represent here the India Cochrane Network, and I have the privilege of being in the, likes of Dr. Meenu Singh, who is also a co-chair of the Cochrane India Network. There with her sitting Carla Soares from Cochrane Central and Sally Green from Cochrane Australia. So I think I may not be the best person to talk in this panel today because I just have my perspective of how Cochrane India Network has worked so far, and I can share that experience with you. So if I have to go back to history, India has been a part of the Cochrane network through Australasian Cochrane Center, and then there was a Cochrane Center established in Vellore CMC under the leadership of Dr. Pratap Tharian. Then in 2020, there was a meeting of Cochrane Central. They came down to Delhi. There was a meeting in February of 2020, and it was decided that in a country as big as India, which is like a continent in itself, there should be a network of centers and not only one center down in the south. So a Cochrane India network was formed in 2020 November, and there are 9 affiliate centers across India, and they are all located in premier research institutions of India such as All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, PGI Chandigarh, Mahe, Manipal, CMC Vellore, and IDS Bhubaneswar, then KGMU in Lucknow, and Tata Memorial Hospital in Mumbai. So all of these affiliate centers have been given the objective to disseminate Cochrane evidence, to build capacity, handhold the leaders in research, and build capacity in systematic reviews, and also to disseminate the Cochrane reviews.
हेलो हाँ ये गाड़ी किसकी लगाई है वाइट में बोल दिया गुजराती है ना गुजराती वाले अंकल है ना उनके है ना प्रसाद अंकल का उधर क्यों लगा दी बोलो हटाने को मुझे लगा
Yeah. So,
hello.
So all these 9 Cochrane affiliate centers are working very hard, and we have just completed 3 years of our existence, and we have been awarded an evidence synthesis unit under Dr. Meenu Singh in AIIMS Rishikesh, and we are soon going to have the Cochrane Colloquium in India in next year, 2026. So these are our achievements as a Cochrane India network. And what we do here, everybody has been given a mandate to build capacity in the country. So all 9 affiliates are diligently doing that, and I can speak for my center, which is a Cochrane affiliate center at ICMR, and we have so far conducted about 11 workshops in capacity building on covering different aspects of evidence synthesis, such as protocol writing, completing a systematic review, evidence and gap map, network meta-analysis, and others. So we have so far trained about more than 1,000 people, because we have our workshops in physical as well as online mode. So the number of online participants always exceeds the number that we can allow. So we just stop registration. However, what we have learned is people are really interested in learning this evidence synthesis methodology, and some of them are also following up with writing a systematic review. Nowadays, we are diligently making a list of the people who are attending our conferences, and then we follow up with them to see that they are registering a title and they are writing a review. And I'm happy to inform that almost, I think, 15 systematic reviews are on their way and they're getting completed. So that's for the capacity building. And secondly, since the topic of today's talk is to talk about policy, how to bridge the gap between policy and evidence. So I'd like to say that coming from the premier research institution, Indian Council of Medical Research, which is under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and we have direct linkages with the Niti Aayog, and as and when whatever policy relevant questions arise, as you all must have attended morning session and you have seen the synergy between the ministry and our leadership at ICMR. So we are given mandate, and both of them are very much into evidence synthesis, and they are believers in evidence. So we have been given a mandate to produce evidence on the policy relevant questions, and in recent past it was on anemia, which was related to Anemia Mukt Bharat program, because that is going to be having its version 2, and for that we were given a mandate to produce systematic reviews to feed the government policy. And these systematic reviews were on intervention, on diagnostic methodology, and on different causes of anemia which are unknown. So we produced 28 systematic reviews, and not only that, we then transformed them into policy briefs which were communicated to the ministry, and I am happy to inform that two or three of systematic reviews are going to have an impact in the new AMB program which will be released this year. So these are our achievements in the area of evidence synthesis, and knowledge brokering, as you know, is a challenging area. But we see ourselves not only as evidence producers but also as knowledge users, and we are actually doing the knowledge brokering because we assign the questions to different stakeholders in the country, and then we take back from them the evidence which is getting generated and inform the policies. So in my view, that's a kind of knowledge brokering that we are doing. So Ashrita, I would like to stop here, and maybe further I can answer any questions.
Thank you so much. This was really interesting, and I do have a lot of questions for you as well, but again, we'll take it later. May I now invite Mary Moana to kindly take us through what she has in store for us in terms of insights.
Hello, I hope this is working. Okay, that's great. So good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Mary Moana. I'm the Programs Operations Officer at WHO Southeast Asia region offices that are here in New Delhi. And today I'm joined by my supervisor, Dr. Manju, who will speak after me, and as well as our director, who's also here. So thank you so much to everyone who's taken the time to come and join us. And also a big thank you to Campbell for the collaboration. I think this season we need to collaborate for effective change and effective impact that we want to reach. So together we can do better. So thank you so much for inviting us. So what do we do at WHO Southeast Asia office? Our office is the Research and Innovation Office, and we've recently started working on evidence to policy work. And how do we view it? So our office serves 11 member states, and those 11 member states, there's 2 billion people in our member states, and that is basically at 30% of the world's population. That's who we serve. So we serve 30% of the world's population. And the Southeast Asia region recently has seen a growth of health research. Lots of health research is going on. We have growing capacity. We have clinical trials that's going on. And as you see, there's a lot of capacity, but the region is diverse. In that region, we have strong countries that are able to conduct research. We also have countries that are emerging, and we also have countries that are really, really struggling to do research and collect data effectively. So our approach has been to look at evidence holistically, from the production of research to the implementation of research at the healthcare centers as well. So we started off looking at how do we serve our member states. We can't have a one-size-fits-all model because the region is vast, it's big. So we decided to break it up, and we've broken it up into 4 levels. So we said we have 4 levels, we have 4 different member states. We have member states that are trying to do research. There are gaps in the research capacity. There are gaps in how these member states are collecting data at research facilities. Some of them are not even able to do health technology assessments and everything else that feeds into evidence to policy, because evidence to policy is not just research. There's health technology assessments, there's clinical trials, there's guideline development. All of that is feeding into our evidence to policy making. So we have countries that are struggling with that. So we named that the level 1 countries. Then we have level 2 countries that are able to collect data sufficiently, that are able to conduct research sufficiently, but we have a gap in evidence brokers. So we need people there who are able to synthesize our data and able to apply it to the national context. We know that guidelines are developed at a higher level, But sometimes these guidelines are not based upon the country context. So there's a gap there. They're able to get the guidelines, but are not able to fully implement them. So oftentimes, because these guidelines or these policies have been developed at a higher level, they are not often implemented at the healthcare and the health facility level. So there's a gap there. So we just started with level 3, where policies have been implemented, guidelines have been put into place. We have a plan, but there's a gap in implementation. So that's our level 3. And then we had a fourth level, whereby, yes, we have policies in place. Healthcare workers sometimes get the message, but they don't fully get the message because it's the managers that get the message. And there's a disconnect, as we saw in COVID-19. If there's a disconnect between healthcare managers, healthcare workers, and the community, the policies are not implemented properly. So we saw that evidence to policy is a continuum that feeds into each other. For example, there's a feedback loop from our healthcare managers into the research we do. They should be. Because our research should be based upon what is happening within the healthcare facilities as well as what is happening in the community. If we make decisions that are not based upon the feedback loops, then we're not being effective. There is no impact. As such, our work has been directed at the different levels. Level 1 being struggling or emerging research capacity. Level 2 being emerging evidence synthesis capacity. Level 3 being implementation capacity. And level 4 being community engagement. So our work has been based upon these 4 levels. I'm not so sure whether my slide was sent through. Yes, there's one slide that I'd asked to be sent through on this. Okay. All right, anyways, we will carry on without the slide. No, it's fine. No worries. We'll continue without it.
Laptop, I guess.
No, it's fine. So as such, we will have developed some tools to assist member states. So for level 1 member states, what we have done is we have tried to improve the research capacity of our member states, our ministries of health, our researchers within the member states. So we have developed tools such as some training tools, online training tools that member states can use to improve research capacity. We have also engaged with our member states as well as our ministries of health to improve their research capacity. That's our level 1 improvements there. Level 2 is knowledge brokers. I think you've heard a lot of that about that, knowledge brokers. We are trying to improve the assistance of knowledge brokers, and we are also trying to form coalitions. So that will, yeah. Okay. So we are also trying to support the development of coalitions that support the meeting of researchers and evidence users, because oftentimes there's a disconnect between our evidence users and our evidence suppliers. So the WHO is supporting this through the formation of platforms known as EVIPNet. Right. And for the level 3 implementation, where we are trying to support the uptake of evidence by healthcare workers, there is the living evidence guidance that is currently going on. That is our emerging work that we are trying to do now. So in conclusion, we see evidence as a holistic approach. We see evidence synthesis and research being a continuum. So we start off with research production, evidence synthesis, and the use of evidence. It's all one, and there should be a feedback loop from our communities. There should be a feedback loop from our ministries of health, from our healthcare managers, feeding into the research that we are doing, thereby feeding into the policies and the guidelines that we are doing. So thank you very much for your time. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Marie. We now have Manju, who, can we please have a slides?
No, will it be projected? Okay. So thank you so much, Mary, and thank you all for coming over. And I will just bring a different perspective to it, and I'll start with an example. One of the area I worked with is the hepatitis B, which is, and at that time I was in the Western Pacific area, which Philippines and China, which has hepatitis B disease burden more than 12% in the general population, the carrier rate. And we had a vaccine available since 1990s. It was well known. the effectiveness of the vaccine was well documented. So what prevented the vaccine being mainstreamed into the regular immunization programs? I'm just giving one example to think through the process. It was not that we didn't have the systemic review or synthesis of the evidence that vaccine protects against the hepatitis infection. We look at another problem in India, cervical cancer. We have the second highest incidence of cervical cancer in the world. And we have a pap smear test which is available for early diagnosis of cervical cancer, I think since 1990s or earlier than that. Yeah, much earlier than that. And it's still, the coverage rate is less than 5%. So again, so the framework I wanted to project is that it's a two-step process. And what we just listened to is the evidence synthesis. It's just a very beginning. You know, you're just trying to bring and socialize the people, potential people, about what is working. But then, so we have the research, and research depends on the what Mary mentioned to some of the issues like capacity, whether we are prioritizing for the right research which deals with the public health problems, or are we putting enough investments in those issues, the standards, the ethical practice or the policy related to the research. But then what we are trying to translate into it, that's the first step, which is the either into a policy, product, or practice. So we're talking about 3 Ps. I mean, this is just to give you the framework. So whatever we are doing, like I gave you the example of hepatitis B vaccine, the first step was whether the countries adopted a policy to provide hepatitis B vaccine as one of the interventions to reduce the hepatitis B disease burden. Second, whether they could procure the product, like they license the product within their own countries because the vaccine will not be available without the licensing. And third, the practice, whether we had the sufficient infrastructure in place to deliver the vaccine to those who needed it. Because then only we will say, yes, it has. And the second is what we call as the 4th P, is the public good. Public good means the intervention or whatever the outcome of the evidence is accessible to or used by all those who needs it. So even after we have introduced hepatitis B vaccine, sorry, I'm trying to explain the framework with an example just to get you the, so if the vaccine coverage remains low, so it has become a policy, it is licensed in a country, there is a program that is delivering the hepatitis B vaccine, but coverage still remains low. Say only 10% of the children are getting the vaccine. This means the research outcome, all the scientists that work together to develop the vaccine has still not reached the population, right? It has still used by the 10% of the population while we still have the 3 Ps. So just to put that into the 2 steps, the first step, the translation step, I would say, you know, including the systematic review, I think I put that more in the research side, is how do we get that into those 3 Ps? And that is again a big struggle. I was just approached by someone where they said we have a new product for mammograph, like which can provide an alternative to mammography, because breast cancer still remains a highly underdiagnosed disease. Most of the women get diagnosed at a very late stage, even though the mammogram is there for ages now, right? The research is there, the evidence is there, everybody knows, but we could not still translate into where it is needed. And they were still struggling at the first stage. How do we get it into the product which is commercializable, approved by the regulatory agencies? You know, that's where it's licensing. Then of course, once the product is licensed, the policy part, and then the practice. So this is the first step we talk about. And second step, as I discussed, is the public good. How do we translate that into the public good? And now it comes here why we talk now the research to policy chain. So where does the role of researchers end? And where do the role of other people start? You know, so researcher role, should we say, okay, I have published a paper in a journal and it has disseminated, and which is equally, this is in fact a very, very important step where you are putting your evidence for a critical review by everyone so that they can see, criticize, they can review, evaluate it. And then, of course, comes the issues of the systematic reviews, where they are looking at, is the similar evidence is being produced in the other studies? Are we getting the similar finding from other places? Is there, because no policy maker, believe me, is going to act on a basis of a single study. It will be very rare, in fact. They want to hear more. Unless until the study is so comprehensive and it included so many different populations, but research builds incrementally. So that's where we go. So basically in the third stage, when we look at the translational barriers, this slide may look overwhelming, but I'll try to decode with you. Like, again, taking the example of hepatitis B vaccine, or if we look at the example of recently the HPV DNA testing for cervical cancer. Is there? WHO has issued even the guidance on it. So we have the guidance, like this means it has gone over the stage of systematic review and including a global policy recommendation. But it is still too expensive, or affordability. Like in 1990s, we could not get hepatitis B vaccine because it remained so expensive. Most of the countries, most of the policy maker, though aware of the evidence, they could not act on it because it was just beyond their reach. So where should we act there in terms of improving the translation? How do we bring down the price? And that is where in 2000, later Gavi came. They had different deals with different countries. How do we increase the market size? They brought in some innovative financial instruments like advanced market commitments and all, where they committed to the vaccine manufacturer that, okay, we ensure this much market, can you bring down the price? And then they brought in the new manufacturers. Again, the another intervention may be accessibility. Again, coming to the example of pap smear, it is there, but is it accessible to the rural women where there's no female gynecologist, right? Because most of the women won't go, so it is not accessible. Again, evidence, everybody understood. So we have to work, if we really want to translate, into that aspect. So there are now further research happening. Can it be a self-care? Can the women can take the test themselves? So this is how we identify the barrier at each stage and either do more research, find an alternative where we end into some barriers. Finally, it may be not acceptable. Again, like pap smear can fit into that category, or we got some, I have the example like mammogram. Again, it's not acceptable to many women. We don't have the infrastructure. So the quality, availability, all those, so research leads to research, and this is the chain of translation. Even as a researcher, they should not complain, oh, I have given my evidence and now policymakers are not acting on it. They should be able to see through all this chain, what I am recommending, is it affordable to the population where it is going to be delivered? Is it going to be acceptable? Why it may or may not be acceptable, and that may suggest further research. So keeping the end user in mind to whom you want to translate your result, not just the policymaker, but the whole chain, I think will help in bringing the fruits of the research to the end user in a much more quicker way. So this is just and I think I have already gone through the latest example I've discussed to hepatitis B and the cervical cancer, the prevention of TB infection. WHO 3 years ago has come out with the guidelines where we want to prevent the infection, not just treat the disease. So that's where we are saying that, okay, we need to have a guidance for the treatment of the household contacts, and the other high-risk population. And now all the evidence is there. We have the tools. We have even given the 2 drugs that can be used for prevention of infection. But still, we are facing so many other issues. And I think that's where we go into the domain of implementation science or the implementation research. So all these things have to act together if we really want to bridge the gap between the policy and the research. So thank you so much.
Thank you. This is really interesting and some really key examples of how evidence have been, used to make some of these decisions. Do we have Sanjay, Dr. Sanjay here? He was our
organizing committee. So Yeah, so we can take some questions.
Okay, great. So do we have any burning questions from the audience for any of these? Okay, we do have one burning questions. Do we have mics to be rolled out?
Thank you for the session. My question is to Anju, Dr. Anju. Who are the stakeholders that you do the workshops with, for example? And how do you, I think you said you work more on capacity building. But if you, let's say, have to translate the outcomes of the research or, develop some kind of practices or interventions, what kind of stakeholders would you work with? And especially in India, where research is mostly in English, but let's say the community health workers, etc., they work in all sorts of different languages and contexts. So how, do you also do that bit?
So essentially you're talking about knowledge translation.
Yes, yes.
So to that extent, we do not, yes, for Cochrane reviews, we have now started to translate them, and we are preparing podcasts of Cochrane reviews in different languages. So Dr. Meenu has already prepared podcasts for dental sciences, and from CMC Vellore, we have had translations of Cochrane. If you know Cochrane reviews, they have a plain language summary. So that part is for the general public. So there are two components of Cochrane reviews at the end of the review in the discussion part, which say implications for research and implication for practice. So those parts are then translated in regional languages for better communication. So stakeholders with whom we work, they are all sorts of stakeholders. Majorly these are scientists, students, academia, professionals. We want to train the policy makers as well, but so far we have not had an opportunity. We have to engage with them. But yes, with the Center of Guideline, which has been established in Department of Health Research, we are at that level because that is considered ministry. And we have a Center for Guideline where we have a huge infrastructure now built with technical resource centers. 28 technical resource centers have been established in various institutions to build capacity swiftly, because 9 affiliate centers, they are doing their regional workshops in their area, but we need multitude of those actions everywhere in the country. So for that we have a different sort of organization now getting established. So these are resource centers and also resource hubs which act as intermediary. So when the evidence has been generated, they do a double cross check, quality control, and whether the grading has been done, whether the quality of evidence evaluated properly or not. So these stakeholders are of course coming mostly from the academia, but as you said, for knowledge translation for the last worker in the field, there are getting these plain language summaries are getting translated into regional languages.
I would like to add to that. So we also have this use of evidence workshop that we conduct for program officers in order to how to understand evidence. So we have plain language summary, we have research implications. So, but most of them do not know how to read these reviews and what information that to take in and how to understand and how to explain this to people on the field. So we conduct this use of evidence program for program officers, and that is translated into various languages, and that's how we are doing this knowledge translation workshop. So thank you.
Before I open it for the Q&A, I just have one very quick question for all the panelists here, and this is really important because we saw some really amazing example, specifically from WHO and from you, and of course from Bianca, about that how evidence can be used to make policy decisions. But majority of these examples that we saw today are coming from the health sector. Probably my first question, and this is to all the panelists, how can the similar, stories or similar learnings can be adapted to the other sectors like social sciences? And I would say this because when we talk about, say, putting a cost to an intervention, which is health intervention, it can be sometimes really straightforward. So for example, when we talk about vaccines, we can try giving 1 dose or 2 doses. It's straightforward. But it is not so straightforward in sometimes complex social science related interventions. How can those learnings be adapted to social sciences so that more and more research to policy gaps could be filled together? And if you can probably, I can start with with Bianca probably, and then I'm going to hand it over to all the panelists, and then I'm going to open up for Q&A for sure.
Thanks, Ashrita. So I think this is where, when we talk about the engagement of stakeholders or interest holders from the outset, when it comes to the dissemination or translation of evidence that is essentially related to a health intervention or otherwise, it doesn't mean that all of your interest holders or stakeholders are from the health sector. So when we, the example that I gave, where the audience was not only, from health services, but also from social services, this is where building a team or an understanding of who are the key actors that you need to influence in order to be able to, meet the objectives of your intervention or the uptake of your evidence is really important. And this is not just limiting to the health stakeholders. And so when we talk about engaging with interest holders or policymakers, we routinely encourage people to look very broadly and understand what are those barriers to implementation. So the examples that were just given in India around TB and cervical cancer and others, a lot of those barriers are social barriers. And so therefore your interest holders or stakeholders in terms of the implementation of evidence are going to be broader than health. And so I think when we talk about engagement, it's just remembering that it's looking at the whole picture, understanding what your barriers to uptake are, and engaging with those community leaders and or sectors from the outset. And as Mary spoke about, the feedback loops with those different stakeholders is really important.
Thank you.
Can I go next?
Yeah, please go ahead.
When she was talking about different stakeholders, I'm reminded about a project I was with before I joined WHO, and we were trying to basically implement the taking of supplements by young women in the community. And there was a community that was high in anemia prevalence was very high. And so we thought it was obvious. We give you micronutrient supplements, you take them, you feel better. But we found out one of the key stakeholders in this population were grandmothers. Because the grandmothers said to their children, do not take these tablets, they're trying to make you pregnant. It doesn't make sense to us because we are scientific people. But then we realize that one of the key stakeholders is the community. If the community do not uptake it, if you don't explain it to them, if you don't have their buy-in, they will not undertake the intervention or the policy will not work. And it's the same thing we saw with COVID-19. There are so many rumors that were perpetuated about what the vaccine was. And I think one of the key missing links, I'll talk about South Africa, is nurses would say to people, don't take the vaccine, it's bad. Why? Because when we developed the vaccine, we missed a key stakeholder. And that key stakeholder were the nurses. They're going to give the vaccine. We need to get their buy-in. So I think social sciences, is not separate from policy making. It's not separate from evidence synthesis. We need to understand how people think. And I think behavioral interventions require us to think about different stakeholders and everybody from your grandmother to the person who's administering the vaccine or the intervention needs to be included. Thanks.
Thank you. Bhumika, do you want to probably add some examples about how you influence policy in this sector? Maybe one successful example.
Yeah, I would like to add to this. So when, I'll answer both the questions. So we will have to integrate health and social sector. So we'll have to work together. And that is how Cochrane and India and Campbell South Asia came together. So we decided and we had a discussion with Carla as well, and she was totally supportive and having this evidence synthesis unit. So we work on social sector, and Cochrane India and JBI, they work on clinical and health sector. But unless and until we come together and understand how do we implement this and how do we take this forward, things do not move. And this is where we thought that's the first gap that we all together can address. And that's how I approached them. And that's another idea behind this panel. So I asked WHO CRO to be here and also to understand the different kind of work that we are doing and also to implement. And now we are all working together, and we were also part of this anemia program. We took up 4 systematic reviews along with other teams with Cochrane India. And now we are working on a neonatal map, evidence and gap map on neonatal health. And another example, I think Ashrita, you're better to explain. You're in a better position to explain because she worked on this UNICEF project, and I would like you to explain on that project.
So this was basically more around the advocacy part of it. So we started with, of course, this was funded by UNICEF Office of Innocenti. The idea was to create an evidence and gap map to understand what evidence exists in the sector of violence against children. So this has started way back in 2018, where we first created something called as Mega Map on Child Wellbeing. So the idea behind that work was to, first of all, understand what's the evidence base, because that's where we started. But within the UNICEF, and I think it was a network of all the key people there, they wanted to actually use that evidence to create series of evidence for advocacy within their organization to understand how the evidence can be best used. And when we talk about bridging the gap, I think advocacy for that is one of the key bits. So that mega map was the first stepping stone to identify further evidence and gap maps. So we were able to identify that there is really limited evidence around violence against children. And I'm talking about in 2018 because at that point of time there were not many systematic reviews, there was not much known, and all of this evidence was based on low and middle income countries. So that violence against children evidence and gap map was able to create and visualize how much evidence is out there. But the thing did not end it there, and I think what Bianca was talking about in terms of communicating the findings better, UNICEF took that evidence and gap map and it was communicated really widely around the end violence community. So there were various ways around advocacy that we used, for example, creating webinars, creating podcasts around it to advocate for what was the key findings around that. So that map was really very widely used within that end violence community and was also used for advocacy purposes. And I've seen now many research have actually cited those maps in terms of it has become the basis to create more evidence and gap map. And these cited resources are actually coming from LMIC authors. So I think this was one way of how advocacy around something which actually create kind of a immersion or kind of a area about talked about. So that research is actually used. We had a similar example from disability, but I don't want to take up a lot of time. But this was a similar approach that we did in Campbell, where we created a map. That map was used to create several other evidence products, including rapid reviews, systematic reviews, and those systematic reviews are now being converted into something called as evidence portals. So these evidence portals, they actually are built up upon the existing evidence and gap map and rapid reviews. And evidence portals are kind of a very easy way for policymakers to look at. So this evidence portals will help you understand what is the effectiveness of an intervention, what is the cost effectiveness of an intervention, and on what contextual factors or what targeted population or what targeted resources it is actually effective in. So that is now being created as a result of that. So that's one example of how advocacy actually led to creating a series of products around it.
I just wanted to reflect on your question, Ashrita. You posed a very important question that whatever we have evidence synthesis much developed in the health sector and not in the social science. And it is very important because health is not alone. Health has social determinants. That's why we need to have modalities to combine the evidence coming from social sectors into the correct evidence. And that's why I think globally also, Carla would agree with me that Cochrane, JBI and Campbell have come together to form the Evidence Synthesis Infrastructure Collaborative, which is discussing the living evidence synthesis reviews for policymakers and how to combine various aspects of mixed method reviews into that. So it's very important, and if we combine all evidences together, then only we can be, will be more helpful for policymakers and more useful for the end users.
That's exactly correct. And I think I'm just going to end with that. I think one key bits of actually getting your evidence into use is working with producers who are also the users of the evidence. That actually really works in terms of the successful examples that we can look at from Campbell at least. Okay, now I'm going to open up for the questions. And I think you had your hand.
Thank you so much. It's so heartening to see that we have Cochrane India Network working so very actively. So a question to you, Dr. Anju. When we talk about the policy relevant questions pertinent to health, is there a particular approach that's taken to identify these questions? Is that a top-bottom approach, or is that a bottom-up approach? And if it's a bottom-up approach, how open is the Cochrane India Network in trying and accepting some of the relevant questions for the Cochrane reviews? Thank you.
So working in the area of evidence-based medicine is a recent phenomena in India. So whatever decisions earlier used to be taken, they were from top-bottom approach. I agree with you that it should be the opposite, the bottom-up approach. However, so far we are driven by what ministry wants at the time point, and so we act according to that. Although it should be the opposite of.
How open would the Cochrane network be to accept it?
So Cochrane India Network is open to all. So prioritization is one of the primary things, how we should proceed. Carla wants to react.
I just think that, microphone, let's just take this right side. We have this.
Hi everyone. I think this is really amazing discussion, and I think you're not doing a good service to showcase what you're doing that is fantastic. When we discussed the gap map for neonatal, there were things that we put in place. One, that we needed to think about health more broadly. So what Anju and her team organized was an engagement with 18 different stakeholders in the country to ask the questions, what necessarily is not exactly the question that the researchers would ask. And that's what we are now building the map on. And a similar map is being developed in Brazil about dengue. And again, I mean, I was very surprised. I'm from Brazil. I had dengue myself, and I was misdiagnosed, the whole thing. But I was very surprised that the main question that they wanted to know about was actually, if the community would get together and clean the streets, would this reduce the burden of dengue? And it's fantastic, because it's not something that you don't need anyone to do that. You need potentially this engagement with the community. And so these questions, this is a new thing for Cochrane, but we're really very keen to really look at ways that we can start, the starting point in being the engagement. Because we know that the world is very different. Anju mentioned the evidence synthesis infrastructure collaborative that Ashrita is one of the co-leads in one of the groups as well. But it's actually really an opportunity for many of us to get together and have a broader saying of how evidence synthesis will be produced and used. And it's a really great opportunity, not, plenty of challenges. But we are competing with a future that AI might change everything we do. So if we don't get together and really understand what's our value, what do we bring to the table, so then we're going to be behind, because we can't compete with AI. Sorry, it's just not possible. So I do think that there are some initiatives, and one of them is really led, as Bhumika said, by Campbell and Cochrane working together. We're working close to JBI. I think it's really how do we not become territorial, because we have much better opportunities to do it right if we engage with each other and have diverse voice, including the voice of people that, what are the questions that they need answer for.
I wanted to take up your question about bottom-up or top-to-bottom. Basically, now we are resorting to prioritization. And as you know, this is a methodology which is developed internationally and with National Institute of Clinical Excellence, NICE UK. You take up these topics which are main problems identified by the researchers or even population, and you also include policymakers in that exercise of prioritization, and because ultimately they are going to be used by policy and they are going to be turned into some kind of guidelines with the policy. So there is a standard methodology for prioritization workshops, which ultimately also lead to more generalization of these questions to the rest of the population. So that's the methodology we use. And we also tend to have some participative reviews in which you include policymakers as one of the reviewers. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I have a question on the accessibility of research itself. Because I think we've been talking about accessibility of maybe in forms of drugs, people taking them up. But I think research itself is a very niche thing where the people in the communities do not understand even the research that is being conducted about themselves. So, because what we research, the data that we collect is someone's lived experience, but they still don't understand it themselves. So, I wonder what work you different organizations are engaged in that ensure that even the research itself, because if a researcher publishes in an academic journal, I don't think someone would understand. I'm a second year university student. There are some journals I don't understand myself. So what work is being done to ensure that research is accessible and understandable to people in the communities?
And I think I'm going to start with Manju on this, and just adding a question to that. So we have been talking about AI. So what are the challenges in keeping up with research timelines and policy cycle, probably?
Thank you so much. I think talking about the accessibility of the research, I think if you look at the journey we had in the last 20 years, when I was doing my PhD, if I have to find a reference, I have to climb up that ladder and find that book in the library to find it out, where the research is. Like the citation you will bring out on any research. From there, we have come to where you can just Google and it will come to your fingertip, right? Now it's improving the literacy around, like how do we interpret that and how do we build capacity. And again, now we have much more interpretation tools. It's about, in fact, we are living in an age of the infodemic, too much information rather than too little information. And the challenge with us is how do we separate the good information from the not so useful information. And we just had the landmark paper published during COVID. The BMC did an analysis where they said 75% of the research was waste. Because they were not, even though we had a whole regulatory approval system through ethics review committees and all those things, but many of these studies actually do not have sufficient sample size to lead to any credible conclusions. If you take up any journal and just go through 10 of them, and you will say, 8 of them I will just, and I think we have the colleagues from Cochrane Review and others who do the systematic reviews every day, where they will screen out 1,000 articles, and then from 1,000 the number will come to 12. They'll say the rest was not useful. So I think nowadays we have to work, not more research is more useful, but focus on more the quality, the credibility. I mean, we need to stop Me Too research. No, everybody has to repeat everything. It is so critical. And then I think now with the AI and others, the accessibility now, I mean, I don't know how many of you have used this Google LLM notebook. You just put an article there, it will generate a layman audio summary for you. So the tools are becoming more and more handy. It is more to do with our capacity to digest all that information which is around and segregate and act on it. Most importantly, just not drown ourselves in the information, but have sufficient energy saved to act on it and think of the implementation pathways on how do we bring the benefits to it.
Yeah, so I would like to add, so we conduct evidence and gap maps. So here basically what we do is on a particular topic, we map all the available studies on a single map. It's like a visualization. You can just see that map and then you can see there are bubbles, and then you click on the bubbles, so you get all the list of studies that has been carried out in that particular area. And also this map helps us, not to repeat the research work that has been already carried out. So suppose I'll give you an example. So we mapped all the evidence resources that are available on various pandemic. Now we were not ready when there was COVID-19 outbreak. So, but now we mapped all the studies for various pandemic that has been that has been there before, and now if you want to go, you just have to click on the map, and there are various sectors, not just health but employment, economic crisis, education, so how education was affected. So we took into account health and social sectors, and we have mapped the studies, and also we found out what are the gaps and where the research is needed, so that even the researchers, PhD students or youngsters, they can look into the map and they can say that they can take up that for the primary research or for their thesis, and they can use available evidence for reading and doing their PhD work, and also for the policy makers to implement that in their policy guidelines. So that is the beauty of this evidence and gap map. Please go and have a look at this. Thanks.
Priyanka, do you want to highlight probably if your organization have used AI and its implications on accessibility probably?
Yes. So
we can't hear you, Priyanka. You're probably muted.
I'm not on mute. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So two quick comments. One is that. So the first is that AI, like infodemic management during the pandemic, where there was a vast amount of research plus misinformation and disinformation, everybody in the synthesis community, but also in the general community, is grappling with AI. And there's a lot of potential there in terms of the tools for researchers to be able to quickly use various different AI tools in the dissemination of their research. But there is also a lot of challenges that come in terms of the general public and using AI in ways that are accessing platforms that are, inherently bias, etc. So I think this is something that a lot of organisations, including JBI, are looking at the moment, and it's actually going to be the focus of the World Evidence-Based Healthcare Day campaign later this year, because the reality is that we don't really fully understand either the potential or the challenges of AI as it relates to the communication, dissemination and translation of research. But I want to pick up also in a second point to earlier in the question, which is, a lot of our partners in low and middle income countries. So this is the challenges around AI are assuming access to technology, okay? We know, however, through a lot of the work with our partners who live and work in very remote or rural populations, and this includes Indigenous communities in Australia, where access to that technology doesn't exist. And so when it comes to communicating the results of research or the implications of research for different populations in very rural and remote areas, then AI has almost become obsolete. So I think it's this bright, shiny thing that is actually leaving behind a lot of communities who don't have access to that technology when we talk about the communication of research in very different ways. And this is where organisations like eBase Africa in Cameroon, but also JBI's partner based in Kolkata that is working with tribal communities around the dissemination of research, and BOMIC is involved in this program as well. And so I think it's really important in discussions where we talk about the potential and challenges of AI, not to forget whole communities and populations that don't have access to those same tools, and accessibility and communication in those communities is very different. And this is where we talk about storytelling, and eBase has an amazing framework in Cameroon about how they go into very rural and remote communities through theatre and through other different ways that involve traditional storytelling to communicate the results and findings of research in those communities and populations. So again, whether it is using AI tools to our benefit or using different traditional and Indigenous storytelling methods, it comes back to the point I made at the beginning, and that is understanding your audience, understanding what their needs are, what their communication needs are, how they absorb communication, what messages they need, and then tailoring it to those different stakeholders.
Great, thanks, Priyanka. Questions? We have at the back. Okay, can we rotate the mic? It's okay, but
Hi, I'm Kriti from IIDM. Our organization mainly does like a lot of monitoring and evaluation projects, and which includes specialized research and all. So one thing which I realized that a lot of researches which we do, they all are not published in the right platforms, or they all are not resulted in papers or research papers or reports. And as you rightly said, that all of them are even not valid ones which could be referred again. But this brings to another problem, that we are doing a lot of research on the same topics and nobody knows about that. So where as in India we lie there, because this will result in another problem, that there will be a fatigue in the respondents after one time. And with that fatigue, majority of the time we don't go back to them and tell that this was the result of the research which we did on this, or the survey which we did. So probably like to sum it up as questions, I would say, where as India we lie in like level 1 to 4. And secondly, what we should do to address these key issues in research for evidence-based policy making.
No, please. So, you said that you belong to an organization that does monitoring and supervision and monitoring of research projects. Yeah. So, so like any research which is being done in any field situation is backed by some funding support, and it is an ethical duty to bring, a report or a publication. Otherwise, it is just a waste.
We do to them, but it's not their responsibility always to put it on the national forum or in a forum where it could be reused or replicated.
So that is the matter of dissemination. But first of all, once you write a protocol, you get a funding, you have to produce a report or a publication, because whatever the public money, the taxpayers' money has been spent on a research should be brought to the final conclusion. So that's when I wanted to react that otherwise it's just a waste of resources.
That is, sorry to interrupt, but that is always being done. But now, suppose I did it for X organization, I have submitted the report to that X organization. But if in the same area, same region, something similar activity needs to happen, there is least access for other organizations, or there is no centralized platform for that, where everybody is uploading their researches or activities, something like that. And maybe WHO could be one of those organizations who could provide those platforms.
Yeah. Thank you so much. In fact, this was a major concern, especially for the high, it's all started with very high stake research, which is related to the clinical trials. Even for the clinical trial, for a drug, you may be doing trials, say, at 8 sites, and you get a positive result in 1 site. The remaining 7, say, you get negative. What the company that sponsored that research would do, they take the positive result to the regulators and don't tell them the result of the remaining 7 and get the licensor. So to do that, to bring more transparency and accountability in the health research, in the 2000 we had for the first time a prospective clinical trial registry. So it started first mainly focusing on the high stake, which is the clinical trial, and now it is a requirement for any clinical trial that it has to be prospectively registered. Means you have to register before you even do it, so that the regulator can see the results from all the similar trials that have been registered, not just for which the data has been submitted. And now there is more advocacy that not only you register the trial, but also provide the results there. But it is not yet fully implemented, and even the clinical trial registry, I don't think even now all the research gets to. And we have just at CRO started taking an initiative where we are trying to say that, because one of the major challenge we face with the research, like during COVID, if you have to do a meaningful research, you will spend 7 to 8 months just to get the approval for the research. So even the lack of, especially in the case of pandemics and all, the timeliness is so important. So generally this ethics review committee, so-called, So
10 minutes, right? Okay, we'll wrap it.
So generally this, yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine. Because this whole issue of the research ecosystem is so complex. There are like thousands of researchers doing research in all over, like, so how do you bring, and technology allows us to do that. I mean, as I said, when I compare my own PhD days and how I access information now, it has completely changed. Many of the youngsters may not have seen those catalog cards used to be done in the libraries, So what we are trying to do in CRO, and we are going to start it in Nepal, that we'll set up this national health research platforms where all the ethics review committees will be registered, because most of the ethics review committee in Southeast Asia, they still use manual systems. They don't even take their research protocols electronically, right? So now, but each ethics review committee, to start digitizing, they may not have resources. But if government sets a portal and each ethics review committee gets onto that, receive all the protocols, because all the research, health research especially I'm talking about, must go through the ethics review committee, that may be your capture point. That's where you can capture all the research prospectively, and if that registry, which currently the model was, because we all started incrementally, in the clinical trials, we were asking the researchers to register as a separate event. But if now with the model we are developing, and hopefully by end we have at least one country doing that pilot, if all the research passes through the ethics review committee, and there we capture the key metadata about the research and make it public, that will help us to create, at least at the national level or at the organizational level, a publicly accessible database of all the research going on. But then the burden is on the researchers, that they're really trying to find new knowledge, not just like, because there is a lot of Me Too research. The funding is there, they must submit something, the pressure is there, and we all know, I think we all know how the ecosystem operates. But there are now, I think we are progressing towards that direction where technology will enable that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and for evidence synthesis, you have to register your protocol before you start doing. So you have Prospero Open Science Framework, and you have tools now like Evidence and Gap Map, where you can actually see who has done what, even if it isn't finished or completed. So I think that's one way also where you can probably go for, if you really want to see somebody has done a research already or not. Any other questions? And I think this would be the last question. Can someone rotate the mic, or I can be the runner? It's okay.
Yeah, hi. My name is Mujahid Sheikh. I'm from the Hertie School of Governance in Berlin. I agree with a lot of the points that you've said, but the elephant in the room to me is, at the end of the day, political will and political incentives of policymakers that we did not touch upon. There's this famous saying which goes, if you want to send a message to a doctor, write it on a check. So how do we send a message to politicians and policymakers to adopt what we are coming up with in terms of evidence? I'm a researcher, and it's often very difficult to convince them. So, I agree cost effectiveness is necessary. Despite that, politicians have very short-term goals. There's a lot of amnesia as well. And how do we navigate that space? If you've come up with examples where you've navigated that space, it'll be very helpful for us to know as researchers on how to do that.
Excellent question, and I guess all the panelists should reflect on it and close.
So I'm going to just speak about what WHO is doing globally. So we have what we know as a VIPNet, and this is a group or a forum that brings together evidence users, and that is your politicians and your evidence producers. So the aim through this forum, and there's also another thing that they've also started, which is the Global Coalition of Evidence, where we bring forth together research users and we bring forth politicians and evidence users together in different forums so that they can share ideas. So the idea is that during conversations and forums and meetings, the evidence producers can then interact with evidence users to produce relevant research. And so that's from our side, yeah.
So I think to answer your question, because I have been on both sides of the table, both as a researcher and as a policymaker, I think when the research comes, sometimes it may be aspirational, where we are. So we need to have that understanding of the context, where it is, and use all the try to develop those maps, like what it will need. I mean, if I am at the policymaker space, what it will need for me to implement that research, right? So like when we say a new vaccine comes or a new research comes, like even when we say, just take the example of health insurance. We all know that we have the catastrophic health expenditure happening and many people are, going into the poverty. But then we say, okay, let's give the, the insurance to all. But we know where our infrastructure is at this, even if we want to expand it, our supply side. Because if we give the cards, we distribute the cards, the insurance card, to everyone, and which is happening even now, then people say, oh yeah, I have the card, but I still don't have access to the health services. Because there is no supply, because they have to build on all the things. So sometimes, as I said, when the evidence comes, that may be your first step. So we should not say that people are not listening. The things are happening, the necessary steps, because at this point it may be aspirational, and how we work towards to make it reality. And I think there's always a lag period between the evidence that comes and actual, when we get it, the fruit. The question is, how can we compress that lag? And what make it, like what will it require, injection of new resources, the new finance, or changing the way we are delivering the health services, or bringing more human resources, what exactly it will require. And articulating those along with your research results will really help. You say, oh, we found this, and we know that even with the current infrastructure, and we are aware of this current infrastructure, it can be delivered. It won't require, having that sort of the complete package. Like what will it require a policymaker to deliver it? I think it will help them to visualize that space.
Can I just add something?
Yes, sure.
I won't need a mic.
Okay.
Issue is that I'm a faculty and we also work on a lot of projects which are government funded. Policymakers are looking for something simple and the researchers are looking for something which is complicated. And their approach is, it has to be very novel, it has to look very innovative, very inventive. Whereas the person who's sitting in the policymaker is basically looking at a very simple, large scale, simple solutions. So there is, as a researcher, they don't understand what they want. The policymakers are not able to translate what they want. We'll start off with a project. What we have is called as Anand Muskar, which is basically to deal with dental caries, to reduce the dental caries burden among primary school children. A lot of people came up with fluoride application, this application, maternal health, you start giving some vitamin tablets, something. Intervention was very simple, that once a school child is having a midday meal, they should brush. That's it. A brush and a toothpaste is given to them. Nothing else. And that is how it is formulated into a habit, and that is what works with the society. So if the researcher who wants to work for the society, then they should come up with something more simplified and don't make it too complicated.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry, but we can have this discussion over the coffee. I'm really sorry we have to close. So can we just have 30 seconds, and in 30 seconds if you can just answer this or probably conclude your remark. I'm really sorry to be harsh here.
Okay, the question was, how do we get policymakers to convince to use the evidence? So it's the research evidence is one product, which is on any intervention, a clinical effectiveness you give. But for policymaker to make a policy decision, he needs other aspects like feasibility, ethical things, and what is the legal system and how is it going to. So we have established a Department of Health Research, something which is called as Health Technology Assessment Board, which looks at the clinical effectiveness but also calculates the cost effectiveness of any intervention before finding it whether it is useful or not.
Yeah. Yeah, my additional point is to have public-private funding as well, because funding is another major factor to implement any program. So we are working on implementing an art curriculum in the schools for autistic children. So here we are working on how to work with the government to actually implement this curriculum. So initially we had to test this curriculum, and then we realized it's not just one organization but community, NGOs, government, and we need to also have funders who are willing to fund to implement this. So there are a lot of challenges. So we'll learn through the process.
Great. And Bianca, in 30 seconds, you want to conclude or probably put an insight to that?
Sure. Don't
We can't hear you,
underestimate the
Bianca,
importance of-
again. You're muted.
Yep. No, I'm not. I think it might be someone in the room. Can you hear me now?
We have lost you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Really sorry, Bianca, we can't hear you. Okay. Really sorry about that, but can you try once more? Otherwise, we'll have to close the
Can you
panel.
hear me now?
We can't hear.
No?
Sorry, Bianca, we can't hear you.
That's
But
okay.
thank you so much
No
for being online. It was really helpful for you to be here. And thanks to all the panelists and thanks to all the audience for bearing with us. And I'm really sorry if we were not able to take your question. You can have the conversations over coffee. Thank you so much. And yeah, a big round of applause to the panelists, please.
स्मार्टफोन मैम that World Summit, or maybe you can check there in front of that. ये तो सिंपल है.
Yeah, it's here.
quality of the project, as
you said, we're living in the era of info damage. And generally, if an article is published in a peer-reviewed journal, so generally you would think that it's a good one. But nowadays, so because all the systematic reviews and why they're becoming so difficult, it's just that 90% of the time is spent on separating the wheat from the chaff. You know, so basically, if we keep publishing junk, people will lose, and that will come at such a high cost because running the journal itself is so expensive.
And in fact, that's what we're talking about here. Bridging the gap.
Yeah,
So see,
I mean, some of my country is very rare, but these in my country
let's try that. Let's try that.
My major is like how do we improve the quality of the other journals? And like in Bangladesh, they created this platform for Bangladesh, where because many of the journals, like small journals, they are not even electronic. Okay. So the management, like receiving the submissions and all, is not done.
For many,
Where
it's not so much in medical in India, but for the excessive ones in self-published areas, so science, which we see in India, but in medical in Bangladesh, like you said, it's still the same.
Yeah, they're still not being done
online.
Yeah.
What I just wanted to add is that I think we also found that something we also are different because as a publishing house, we are going to be content producers, the content solution providers. We need good content. So we've also come up with this program to kind of support self-publishing in itself. So there's another alternative perspective that people launch their journals and write them on the best ones. Like we may not be able to bring them as part of a main way, but that's the alternate program which we are trying to develop the market and stuff.
Okay. So to send me that, I would definitely go through and look at it in India. I'll go through that and definitely
Definitely. Also, just pitching that we may have done to have a customer.
Send me the details first. So you have to do some pre-clearances. You can do that and then definitely. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
I started with it, so I have to.
Okay.
I'm just curious. I'll take my leave.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I'll see you at
Yeah.
No, I don't work with the donors. I engage on various programs.
Thanks so much.
It was great meeting you.
Your name is Jewel. I'm Jewel. It's a great meeting you, Jewel. And thank you. Please do not forget to message me.
I will.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Well done. How is it going? Are you learning something new? Quite experience. What are you studying? Bachelor?
Dental surgery.
Oh wow. You're fancy. And you're studying? So, are you so yeah, chola, you know. Huh? Very similar. Very similar to my hometown. So, the value of family and all of that. So, yeah. The future is bright for you guys. I'm actually participating in the university. Where is the university? It's a national university. No, it's a government one.
No, it is a private. That is why it is a private university. The fees is quite.
That's why I was known. Yeah.
Check. Hello, check. month is going to no electricity. My whole facilitators are going to be really struggling.
Good evening, and thank you everyone for being here for this really interesting and exciting session on, fundamentally speaking, addressing challenges to achieving scale in mental health in India. We have a stellar cast of panelists and very little time. Each of them with very deep experience, very passionate about mental health, so I don't want to take too much time. I just want to hand it over to our moderator, Dr. Nachiket Moore, who's an eminent health economist, also very passionate about mental health, has been writing very extensively on preventive mental health approaches at scale. He's currently a visiting scientist at the Banyan Academy of Mental Health and is also a visiting professor at the Indian School of Business. Dr. Nachiket Moore has huge experience. He's been the director of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation earlier. He's on several boards, institutional boards currently. So I won't take much time, but I want to hand it over to him and also just send out a message of thanks to our sponsor, Wipro Foundation, who has helped KHPT put up this panel together today. So welcome, Dr. Moore, and thank you so much for agreeing to moderate this session.
Thank you very much for that very generous introduction, and I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you for inviting me to moderate this very distinguished and somewhat intimidating panel, if I may say so. It's wonderful to have such a good group here. I have the honor and the privilege of inviting Madam Uma Mahadevan. She is an IS officer, Additional Chief Secretary and Development Commissioner, Government of Karnataka. She is formally the chair of this discussion today. She has played multiple roles in this. In particular, she was a member of the working group that prepared the first human development report for Karnataka. And she is an expert in the sector with a deep passion for inclusive change. Madam, if I could request you to share with us your opening remarks.
Thank you. And thank you to KHPT and to the organizers for inviting me. I'm glad to have been able to make it. I had a bit of a health upset for the morning session, but which is a little, but I'm glad to be here. The matter of expanding mental health services at scale is something that concerns states and governments greatly. We particularly saw an acute situation during the COVID pandemic when anxiety, widespread stress, anxiety, the impact of misinformation, the impact of stigmatization could have led to so much unwanted and unfortunate things in terms of consequences. But even ever since then, I think we have been looking deeply at the COVID experience and trying to see how we can equip our primary healthcare workers with better capacities and how we can provide greater access to the most remote and underserved communities, how we can better strengthen links between primary and specialist services, how we can build partnerships from the health department and from mental health services into other sectors and services such as education, women and child development, employment, skill development, housing, rural livelihoods, and so on. We also saw the structures that emerged during the COVID pandemic, such as in rural Karnataka and many rural parts of states across India. The rural local bodies came together in convergent mode, creating task forces, using their untied funds in ways to support communities and people at the first mile. I specifically say first mile because we usually use the metaphor of the last mile, which is a metaphor coming from telecommunication, which is a vertically managed, top-down kind of a metaphor. But here at the first mile, the needs of every single person need to be seen in context and need to be addressed. And I think mental health needs too need to be addressed, and we need to be able to find ways to provide services at scale. Look forward to this panel.
Ma'am, thank you very much. That was a very inspiring beginning. You make a very important point about the need to be inclusive, to worry about the first mile, and to really begin our work from there. May I invite now Dr. Bhavik Garg, who's agreed very kindly to join us with very short notice to be a part of this panel. He's an associate professor, Department of Psychiatry and Drug De-Addiction Center at Lady Harjan Medical College. And his professional interests span community psychiatry, forensic psychiatry, and child psychiatry. Please, sir, your opening remarks.
Thank you, sir, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. And it's a very short notice. I got the information last evening only, but glad to be here and glad to be part of such a distinguished panel. So I'm a psychiatrist and I'm a teaching faculty at a medical college. Additionally, I also have the honor of looking after the mental health program in the Director General of Health Services at Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So I'm closely associated with the mental health program in the country and have an idea of the mental health services that are there in India specifically. I'll just give a brief overview, sir, if that's okay, about the mental health services in our country. So primarily, India has a robust mental health service network. One is the government sector and the private sector. In the government sector, India is one of the countries which had a very early mental health program. The national mental health program that our country has is there since 1982. And along with the National Mental Health Program, the program added on the component of District Mental Health Program in 1996. So at present, we have what we call as the National Mental Health Program, under which there is a tertiary care scheme. In the tertiary care scheme, it primarily deals with developing manpower in terms of psychiatrists, clinical psychologists, psychiatric social workers, and psychiatric nursing. So there are two schemes under that scheme A, which develops centers of excellence, and the government provides funding for infrastructure as well as for the staffing patterns in these centers of excellence. At present, we have 25 COEs across the nation, and there are also the scheme B, which provides funding for mainly the manpower as well as developing new courses in various medical colleges. So at present, 47 postgraduate departments are being covered by that scheme. We have the District Mental Health Program, under which at present 767 districts across the country are approved, and there is a team at the level of district hospital consisting of a psychiatrist, clinical psychologist, psychiatric nurse, psychiatric social worker, and the support staff. And this team provides services at the district hospital and also carries out outreach activities at the level of primary health care and primary health center as well as the community health centers. In 2022, and this goes in line with the theme of this panel discussion, the upscaling mental health, the government came out with the National Tele-Mental Health Program, more popularly known as the Telemanas. And Telemanas, it's been a huge success. It's 51 Telemanas cells have been established across all the states and union territories in the country. And recently, the Telemanas also launched its application, mobile-based application, last year on the World Mental Health Day. Lastly, another recent component added which is very pertinent to the Indian context, Indian setup, is the comprehensive primary health care, that is the Ayushman Arogya Mandirs. So in Ayushman Arogya Mandirs, the sub-centers and some primary health centers, they have been given the status of Ayushman Arogya Mandirs, and there is under that comprehensive primary health care, we have an extended package, and one of the packages is of mental, neurological, and substance use disorders. So all these three are being looked together, under which frontline workers like ASHA, they in the community, they identify persons with mental health issues, refer to the sub-center where the community health officer, the CHO, assesses them and refers them to the higher centers as per the need and the requirement. So this is about the overall public mental health setup in our country. Along with that, we have a huge private sector, and private sector actually contributes more to the mental health services, like in other health sectors and the other specialities. We have the standalone psychiatric clinics, we have the nursing home based psychiatrists, we have psychiatrists working out of corporate hospitals. Very importantly, one of the major challenges that we face in the ministry also and otherwise also is that mental health somehow gets equated to psychiatry per se. Even in my discussion, if you noticed, and I deliberately did that, I was talking about psychiatrists and the psychiatric clinics. Somehow the other mental health professionals, the clinical psychologists and psychiatric social workers, that somehow gets neglected even in terms of developing manpower, in terms of seats. We have increased postgraduate seats in psychiatry, whereas in that has not kept the clinical psychology and the psychiatric social work fields have not kept pace with that increase in the psychiatry seats. This is one point that I wanted to make in the opening remarks. In addition to the mental health setup that I just described, India also has very robust policy framework, and Sumitra Pathare sir is on the panel, and so we all know about the Mental Health Care Act 2017, which is a progressive act and based on a rights-based act in lines with the UNCRPD. We have the rights of persons with disability, which also looks at mental illnesses and mental health issues, and we have a separate policy on mental health, the National Mental Health Policy in 2015, and then we have a National Suicide Prevention Strategy which came out in 2022. So within the policy framework as well as the setup, we have a very robust setup, but how it translates into practice and how it's able to cater to the mental health needs of the country is something that we need to look into, and maybe as this panel may take this upon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garg, for giving us this broad overview of what is happening in India and what the structures are, certainly from a government perspective. And in fact, I think that's a good lead off to turn to Dr. Pathare. We have the good fortune of having actually two very distinguished psychiatrists with us who have been with the government or government programs for years and understand this background, both Professor Sheshadri and Dr. Pathare. Let me start with Dr. Pathare. Dr. Pathare, it doesn't need an introduction, but let me just share with you, he's the director of the Center for Mental Health Law and Policy and has worked extensively on mental health issues. I've had the good fortune of tracking his work on suicide, on, to name the issues, some of the earliest work on working with spiritual leaders, again, has come out of his background. And, as Dr. Garg mentioned, he was involved in drafting the Mental Health Care Act. Where are we, sir, in all this? Despite all this effort that has happened, what is your sense of where we are as a country today in terms of interventions, in terms of what is going on, in terms of outcomes? I would love to hear your perspectives.
Thanks, Nachiket, and thanks to KPHT for inviting me to this panel. I think before we say where and what, I think it's also good to define what we are talking about. Mental health means many things to many people. I'm always, when people say mental health, I'm always reminded of that story when we were growing up in school. I'm sure you had the same thing about the 5 blind men and the elephant, And mental health is a little bit like that elephant, and we are the 5 blind men, and we have our own idea of what is the elephant without actually understanding the elephant. So in a very narrow sense, for example, the government has the idea of mental health as the elephant of mental health. For the government means one thing, for communities it means other things, for development professionals it means other things. So I think it's also important for me to state my bias, which is that I see mental health as a development issue and not purely as a health issue. So while health and mental health are important as in a health perspective to it. I think we need to take a more developmental lens for it. And I'll illustrate that my point by giving you one example to say why we should do that. Which is that if suicides are a major problem even in our country, and I can talk about suicides a while, but there's this interesting piece of data which we have. Brazil in 2003 started what is called as the BFP, the Bolsa Familia program. It was a conditional cash transfer program which gives about $17 every month. Which is roughly 1,000 rupees, even in Indian rupees, and largely is given to the women of the household. And there are some conditions associated with, which is that the woman is to ensure the kid goes to school, which is a public school. If there's a pregnancy, they have to ensure they take antenatal care and all that. Anyway, so BFP has been around for a long time. And we've got some fantastic data from BFP, which is that recipients of BFP program had a 60% reduced rate of suicide. Okay, 60. A similar program in Indonesia, which only targeted the poorest, saw 20% reduction in suicides among the recipients. Equally, about 18% reduction in a similar cash transfer program in Kenya. So my point is that there isn't a health intervention we know today which reduces suicides by 20%, 50%, 60%. But here is an intervention which we know which probably costs $17 a month and can reduce suicides dramatically by 60% or so. So unless we take a more broader developmental perspective to address the whole issue of mental health, we run into problems, okay? And so I think, people talk about social determinants of mental health. I think we need to turn the thing around. It is mental health outcomes of social inequalities and social problems. Can we focus on the social problems? And that is where the mental health is the outcome of it. So instead of saying the mental health is not the problem, mental health is the outcome of a lot of other problems which are not being addressed today.
What is your sense, sir, of where we are in the country, given all of these opportunities?
I'll tell you where we are. I don't think our discourse is still stuck in this kind of mental health as a purely mental health or a health issue. I think we are stuck there. But more importantly, I think what we are also struck with is something that we see people who need mental health care as passive recipients, okay? We see them as beneficiaries who are there passively with cap in hand, and we as professionals are going to give them something. I think it's important to start looking at our communities as active partners in not only so that they receive it, but they design the care, they deliver the care, and they monitor the care. I think we need to see our communities doing all of that, okay? Not just being there as passively getting something coming from us. So I think that's something that we've not done very well at all. We don't involve our communities when we design our services, especially mental health services. And the third thing which I think governments need to really understand is that outputs is not outcomes. We unfortunately measure outputs. We don't necessarily measure outcomes. And we feel that if we are running hard, we must be getting somewhere, but we are running hard to basically stand still, and we're not getting anywhere. And so I think there's a need to move away from a purely output-based and activity-based things. It's like, repeatedly the whole issue is about numbers. We've done this much, we've helped so many people. Hello, I mean, you had contact with so many people. That's what it meant. Whether those people were really helped and did their lives improve and they got better, we don't know that. What we only know is that you came in touch with so many people.
So I think what you're saying, Dr. Pathare, which I think is a very powerful point you're making. We've heard in other panels and many times, we don't have enough psychiatrists, we don't have enough, the numbers WHO said should be 3, but actually we have only 0.75. What you're saying is actually we are misunderstanding or defining too narrowly what mental health is. And if you defined it in the sense of development, in the sense of people living up to their potential, you're saying actually we have many more resources. We have the community, we have, all kinds of people, we have cash transfer programs, and there is actually a lot we can do. And part of the reason, as I understand what you're saying, we're not doing as well as we ought, because we are actually thinking about it very narrowly. May I now turn to Professor Sheshadri. Sir, it's a real honor to have you here. Professor Sheshadri, another eminent person from the government system, is a former senior professor with the Department of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry at NIMHANS, with over 40 years of experience. And his work, in a way, building on what you're saying, Dr. Pathari, extends well beyond clinical populations. He has done some very nice work with children, brings very creative methodologies, including theater, to this. Dr. Sheshadri, if you could talk a little bit about your work, building somewhat on Dr. Pathari's perspective on where we are, and what you think are the ways forward based on where you are going.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, KHPT. P. Sainath wrote once on the issue of suicide that it's not a mental health crisis, it's an agrarian crisis. And we need to fix something else if we have to reduce this number. There is, of course, this recent preoccupation with the quota issue, and the government incidentally has set up this suicide prevention policy and so on. And I'm just asking you to imagine, friends, the predicament of these 18-year-olds who come from all over India and living unsupervised, perhaps in paying guest accommodation in this place, carrying with them their own expectations and that of their families. And I call this as the tyranny of expectations. And all it needs, and with all the competitiveness and so on, and all it needs is an insensitive and perhaps harsh teacher to say, ki itna bhi nahi aata aur exam dene aaye ho. And it just tips the balance. So if you really look at immediate, intermediate and distant causalities of suicidality as an example, this is just to emphasize the point that Shobhitru made, that we need to be looking at something else and not merely at the tertiary systems that Bhavuk has alluded to. I want to go back to the point that Uma ma'am made about how the pandemic served as a critical moment in history which really highlighted mental health issues. Now, I don't wish to be a prophet of doom, but I would just like to say, friends, that child and adolescent mental health is a ticking time bomb. Please mark my words. We had Nirbhaya. It changed a law in the country. We've had the Pune Porsche case, and there are a whole lot of social determinants. If you just go back, to the Nirbhaya case, and this whole media coverage about how the 17-year-old was the most cruel of the lot, I've had conversations with Justice Madan Lokur, retired Judge, Supreme Court of India, and the first chairperson of the Supreme Court Committee on Juvenile Justice and Child Welfare. It was a media depiction. That he came from a family 80 kilometers outside Delhi with a mentally ill, untreated, dysfunctional parent. Truth. That he went to school, he had a learning disability, he was punished by a teacher, he dropped out of school. Truth. That he shifted to Delhi to support a family with a dysfunctional parent and two younger sisters, cleaning vessels and clearing tables in a roadside eatery, in regular contact with his family, sending money till 4 months before the Nirbhaya episode. Truth. And then he gets befriended by the people who run this transport business, and somewhere, for lack of a better terminology for this process, the perversion of his soul took place, and he came into conflict with law. Now the JJ system has children in conflict with law and children in need of care and protection. And the question I put to you is, where was the JJ system when this child was in need of care and protection? Every child in conflict with law was and continues to be a child in need of care and protection. Why was the JJ Act changed? Because of the Nirbhaya episode. We feel very strongly about violence against women, but I'll tell you a more awful and awesome truth. The JJ Act was changed because a teacher hit a child. This child would never have dropped out of school if that teacher had not hit him. He would not have been involved in this case. Will violence, exploitation continue in society? Yes, it will. That's a different question. But coming back to the point that Nachiket made about how we reconceptualize, therefore, mental health delivery, the existing mental health system cannot meet the need of the child and adolescent mental health burden that exists today. We are talking, friends, about 40% of the population, and not enough investment has been made as far as child and adolescent mental health care is concerned. For every child that manages to reach NIMHANS, there are 99 others who will never manage to reach you, and they are there, out there, in families, in work situations, in situations of child trafficking, and so on. And therefore, we need to look at a service delivery pattern that looks at all the spaces that children occupy and inhabit. And this calls for a transdisciplinary approach. It's not enough for a mental health professional to diagnose PTSD in a child who's been traumatized. A mental health professional needs to know the law and what re-traumatization and secondary victimization a child has to undergo in police and judicial processes. Not enough for a judge to listen to testimony and adjudicate. Who is the child? 3 years old? 6 years old with hearing and speech problem? 9-year-old with intellectual disability? 14-year-old with incapacitating PTSD? So a judge has to know developmental and temperamental and developmental issues of evidence gathering. Coming back to the point that Shoumitru made, we have to look at mental health from a developmental lens. Last point. One child abused once by one person, known or unknown, and we are engaged in evidence gathering for redressal means one thing. 47 girls abused over a 3-year period by multiple people known and unknown, as in the infamous Muzaffarpur case. The Supreme Court took the case away from Bihar police and handed it to CBI. I was heading the department then and instructed me to assist the investigative officer in evidence gathering. The guy who's running the institution, his friends, staff members, every random plumber, electrician who was walking in and out of the institution. And these kids came from adverse circumstances. And I come back to the point that Uma ma'am made. If pandemic was if COVID was a current pandemic, adverse childhood experiences has been an everlasting epidemic. And the social determinants, or to turn the issue around, the social circumstances of abandonment, of trafficking, that then lead to this kind of institutional placement. And the girls told us, "आप किसकी बात कर रहे हैं?" अच्छा, क्योंकि 50 लोग थे. अच्छा, उसकी बात करें, but which episode? So which episode am I gathering evidence for? Anyway, the case was shifted to the special court in Saket. Here I was a prosecution witness. There were 22 accused. We submitted a 150-page report that was filed along with the charge sheet. And my direct and cross went on for 3 days because, like I said, there were 22 accused. The judgment came in December of 2019 and the sentencing in Jan of 2020 before the pandemic hit. 11 people were sentenced to life for the rest of their life. The CBI public prosecutor actually argued for death sentence for, that's a different debate, I'm not going into it. But so the point I'm making is that the landscape of mental health now has to substantially increase to accommodate the social reality of all the constituencies that we deal with. And my special plea in this forum and this panel is to really look at child and adolescent mental health more seriously.
I think, sir, you're making a very wonderful point that the issue of mental health, and this is really where, you know, Dr. Garg started in a way, started us off. We cannot narrowly interpret this as just a psychiatric problem, just a psychiatric issue. There are number of things going on in society, particularly with children and adolescents, you know, which in a sense are predisposing us to the situations that we encounter later in life. And there are, while your overall tonality was, I must say, somewhat grim, but the sense I got from you was that, you know, you were pointing out, in a sense, even to opportunities, where there is a way in which, as we start to take some of these challenges on board, we can actually do something about this issue in a systematic, structured manner. Dr. Bhattacharya, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to. Can I take 30 seconds and just add to what you know,
please.
because just to illustrate the point that Shekhar mentioned something about quota, And the fact is that quota is in the news. All of you know quota. And if you say suicides, everyone knows quota. But look, do you also know how many children under the age of 18 die by suicide in this country? Take a guess. It's about 11,000 children each year under the age of 18 die by suicide. How many children die by suicide in Kota? Take a guess. Go on. 20. Yes? More children die by suicide, more than 1,000 children under the age of 18 die by suicide in Delhi alone. But everyone's talking about quota. Now, does that mean that 23 lives in quota don't matter? That's not the point I'm taking. What I'm trying to tell you is that a lot of our discourse around suicide and mental health is randomly determined. It's not determined by data. It's not determined by evidence. And it's just knee-jerk reactions to things,
I think this is a lovely point at which to bring in, Raj Mariwala into this conversation. Raj, you are a director of the Mariwala Health Initiative, and you've been involved in advocacy, capacity building, grant making, and in some ways, you've had a kind of a perspective on these issues that are evolving, and you, through your organization, trying to do a lot more to address this concern. How do you see this happening? What is your vantage point? What is your own efforts? What are they trying to do? I know that you've been working closely with Dr. Pathare's initiative for many years. How do you see this problem? What is your perspective?
So I think, thanks for having me here, but before I start, I'm going to give a description of myself, because I don't want to assume that there are people in the room who have a full range of vision. So I am a short-haired brown person who's wearing a dark purple shirt and jeans. And I make it a point to say this when I speak, because the assumption in these types of rooms is that everyone in this room is able-bodied. And my second thing that I will say is that I live with a mental health condition myself, which means I'm likely not to make eye contact with you. I may stop, I may look at my phone and speak, but that's the other assumption. And able-bodied doesn't just mean physical disability, it also means neurotypicality, right? So having said that, I want to say that I completely agree with what Dr. Pathare said about mental health being a development issue, requiring maybe ways of looking at mental health that are not foregrounding the biomedical. That being said, social determinants, the context of people's lives, was it enough in the pandemic to say, oh, we are giving migrants who are walking home a helpline to call? No, that wasn't enough. What was probably needed was cash transfers, money for rent, shelter, etc., etc. And I do have an example, I'd want to share. I think, to situate mental health within people's lives, experience, and contexts is important. To understand that those who are marginalized will be disproportionately impacted by mental health concerns is important. And in tangible terms, in this context of South Asia, of India, ability, caste, class, ethnicity, gender, sexuality, and religion play a very pivotal role in determining daily stressors, exposures, and susceptibility to mental ill health. And the second thing is in the recourse. What recourse can one access? That also, those factors play a role in what recourse you can access, in the wider supports you can reach, and finally in the quality of care and support. I think for me, just as a starting point, people love to talk about the treatment gap, the number of psychiatrists, the number of psychologists in the country. But is their work fit for purpose? Is a trans person able to go to a psychiatrist and be assured an interaction that is not violent? No, not by a long shot. And so I think for all of us, it's also important to look at what our structures are putting out in terms of the very socio-economic realities that are reflected in health systems themselves. I'll stop here now.
No, thank you. Thank you very much for sharing that perspective and for, bringing in so many different ideas to bear into your conversation. I'm going to turn to Sanya a little bit. While we have spoken about the breadth of what mental health means, what the challenges are, we should not forget that there is the curative element as well. There are people who are clinically diagnosable as people who need attention. And the fact that we don't have enough psychiatrists is indeed a problem. It's not, in a way, something that we should dismiss. And the point Raj made, that even only a portion of those psychiatrists are available to the broader community of people that need support. We heard in the previous panel somebody talk about why they really can't go to anybody at all. And you have innovated and you have thought about some of the other different ways. Sanya, just to introduce Sanya, she's the founder of Adagio VR, a health tech company that is thinking in a revolutionary way about mental health through very different approaches. And I'll let her describe it more than me trying to summarize in a poorly what she does. Please share your perspective, even though I recognize that it's a slightly different perspective from what's been spoken so far. We're going after a specific issue, but it's an important issue.
Sure. Hi everyone, my name is Sanya. So I find myself working in mental health by way of education. So since I was very young, I truly believed that education could change the world. And then somewhere along the way, I was introduced to the concept of trauma by my co-founder and father as well, who is a psychiatrist. And somehow I found myself in these rooms with government officials, UN individuals, policymakers, which is the kind of work I used to do, discussing how to build systems that would enable young people to access skills and opportunity and everything. But I just couldn't tolerate those conversations anymore because I kept thinking about trauma. I kept thinking about, we can build all the systems we like, but if the people at the center of those systems are fundamentally hurt, what good is maths going to do, fundamentally? And I just, in good conscience, could not continue doing systems work without somehow trying to figure out how to solve this one problem, which is that there is profound hurt which is inflicted on individuals through various socioeconomic and cultural dynamics, which you have laid out beautifully, that without solving that, for me, at this point when it comes to kind of building a tech innovation, is kind of my obsession, really. And the kind of person I am, I went on a mad tear of doing research and speaking to a bunch of health professionals, and I said, why isn't this measured? Why isn't every single person that comes into a private, if trauma worsens risk of physical illness, mental illness, behavioral health issues, everything, why isn't this the first thing we measure? And I got laughed out of the room because they said, are you kidding me? We are already exhausted. We can't deal with this stuff. This is too much. It's too painful to hear. So one thing I think it's important to acknowledge is that the healthcare providers in this system are carrying a lot, especially on the front line. So if we're looking at the last mile, the kind of emotional burden that is coming back to the care providers is significant. The risk of developing severe mental health issues, PTSD, etc., for frontline workers is up to 80% worse than the police or army in conflicts. It's not a joke. It's a serious, serious risk. So this was kind of my first mad tear. Second was looking at how PTSD was defined. And if you go back to how the American Psychiatric Association sort of defined it in the 70s, it was very much about getting men back from the Vietnam War back into office, back into work. At the same time, the women's lib movement was trying to push for a fact that actually gender-based violence, sexual violence, prolonged adverse experiences as a young person has a fundamental impact on your personality and the risk that it presents. And they were told that this is not the priority, please stop. And it took till 2010 to come back into the conversation. In 2014, it was put as a footnote on the DSM that complex PTSD might be a thing. But we don't really know how to deal with it, so we'll just leave it there for now. So what I'm saying is very much aligned with, as someone who's not a mental health professional, kind of being exposed to all of this made me really question that, is the system really fit for purpose? And is the technology we're building or innovating really fit for purpose? So for us as an innovator, we're really focused on addressing the impact of adverse life events and the behavioral dysfunction that comes from it for communities, occupational health settings, for primary care, and hopefully in the future, more. And this is our sort of absolute laser focus. We're using virtual reality, AI, and seeing fantastic results because we're using the best of the therapeutics. However, I wanted to quickly just introduce 3 particular users that can also help us demonstrate the question that has been asked to the panel today. First is one of the people that we're sort of training from scratch to become a community facilitator. She's from Karal in rural Haryana. And she said, Didi, hamare wahan to mental health hota hi nahi hai. We don't have mental health where I come from. In the village, if you're crying, the entire village shows up to take care of you and make you laugh. I said, that's amazing. Community is a really, really key element of our kind of fundamental culture. But I said, tell me one thing. What are the suicide rates like? And she said, yeah, it's there. What is the state of addiction? Yes, it's there. Do men fight suddenly and, like get violent? Yes, they do. Do women cry at night without a particular reason? Yes. So I said, the name mental health might not be related to your life, but doesn't mean this need is not there. And this has unlocked some very interesting rural work that we're doing. Second example I'll give of a woman in her late 40s, early 50s, corporate executive, living in a city, and going through our smoking cessation program. Again, very effective. Third, fourth session in, she said, for the 5 minutes that I'm outside smoking, that cigarette is not my mother-in-law, my husband, my child, my employee. It doesn't even know my name. And for those 5 minutes, there are no expectations on me. I can just breathe. The question I had is there no other time in your life that you feel you can breathe? Yes, there isn't. So again, when we're looking at mental health, we're looking at behavioral health, the problems exist for a reason, and they are not just in this very narrowly defined, clinical setup. And then finally, one of the slums that we work in, a particular woman that we've just completed our program with, she is part of a migrant community where domestic and sexual violence may be 80% plus in most houses. It's pretty common. Now, when we're working on addressing, emotional triggers, cognitive patterns, behavioral responses, all of this stuff, without putting the burden on her to talk and explain herself, the question that we discuss with our delivery team is, are we helping her offload the pain of being beaten every night, or are we helping her do something else? Because making her numb to her situation, which is full of polycrisis, like polycrisis is the nice word, but there is active violence and pain in her day-to-day life, from financial to social to physical and sexual. Or is it about helping her resituate her identity, to not be reliant on the system around her, and to her now saying, that fight I used to have and this fight is different. At least now I feel like I can live, I can breathe. So what I'm trying to demonstrate through these examples is that it is certainly very complex, and in the context of trying to get to the last mile, get to the most marginalized, we have to be really mindful about offering them options and letting them come back and say, this is the real problem that I have, I want to fix that, or this is wrong, this is not how it will work for us, this is what we need. And understanding the nuance that exists when we're actually providing support to individuals and then at scale. So how do we build innovation that kind of encompasses this complex environment and can still genuinely respect human beings? I mean, this is the question we ask ourselves every day, but I hope this is useful and valuable.
No, thank you, Sanya. It's great to hear from you the kind of perspectives that have informed your work, that have inspired you, but also you're starting to build solutions, starting to think about what to do. And I think that's an important conversation I'd like to turn to in the next part. And start with you, Jopin. You are with the Center for Asian Philanthropy in India, and you have a lot of experience in the social impact sector, policy, programmatic work, and you worked earlier before you joined CAPI at the Center for Social Impact and Philanthropy at Ashoka University. What is your sense of both what you are doing, what you're seeing in terms of the funding landscape, etc.? But where are the solutions emerging? Where do you think funding is going? Where do you think that's good? Where do you think there are gaps? It'd be lovely to hear from you.
Thanks, Dr. Nachiket. Thanks, KHPD, for organizing a really important series of conversations, I think, over the last, since yesterday, and I think tomorrow as well, you're going to have a session. Before I get into, some of the insights that CAPI has gathered, so just a little over a year ago, I think last year, CAPI had launched a report called Mindful Investments, which kind of gave an overview of the philanthropy landscape on mental health. And, Dr. Soumitra and Dr. Nachiket, we've also, my colleagues spoke to you, and your contributions have also shaped that report. But before I get into just the public and the private funding aspect, I just want to kind of give a brief, summary of the models that are involved even in this funding, right? So the WHO has conceptualized a resource allocation model for mental health, and you can think of it as a pyramid, and there are 5 layers, right? And these are interventions, 5 different layers of intervention. And the higher you go is more expensive it is, right? So the bottom 3 layers are basically which focus on primary care, community care, and self-care management. And these are the layers which kind of address a lot of the common mental health disorders. And the top 2 are what we call, the tertiary care, interventions, which deal with more serious mental health disorders. And the budgetary allocation, again, is supposed to be proportional across these. So there are more interventions on the bottom half compared to the more expensive and, fewer interventions that are on top. Now, this is the ideal picture, that the WHO recommends. But for India, it looks a little different, right? In India, even the mental health budget, or the total health budget, is just about 1%, which is really low compared to a lot of advanced economies. And out of that 1%, about 85% goes to NIMHANS and LGB, RIMH. These are 2 of the oldest, tertiary, mental health institutions in India. So clearly there is that gap there, which philanthropy, which even public funding needs to kind of get to. Now, on the private funding, aspect, we see mental health emerging in donor agendas, especially over the past decade. And this is mainly due to increased awareness of this phenomenon, and also how it's connected to a lot of other issues like, economic precarity, gender, and, health generally. And COVID, again, everyone has kind of alluded to that. COVID kind of made mental health a very salient issue in mainstream discourse. And you have, again, this, coming to prominence, becoming very commonsensical. And here again, funders generally have kind of used, if I can broadly put it, a mixture of 3 approaches. Or these are not, exclusive, but one of 3 approaches. So the funding has been at an institutional level where, you fund institutions that provide, care through trained, professionals, medical professionals. The second is the community level, right? So you have interventions, you fund models where you also train lay people in the communities, and you kind of address a lot of challenges that you face in the community. And the third is research and evidence building. You look at what kind of interventions can be more effective. You look at methodologies, so these are 3 levels funders have kind of operated at. Used a mixture of these approaches. And maybe in the second round we can get into, again, what are the challenges that funders face, and also what kind of recommendations we have for funders. But there's so much to be done, and again, I just want to kind of connect to what Professor Sheshadri said. And I think it's part of the same report where, again, mental health, we usually focus on the event, right? But it's a process, right? And the question for funders, and this is what we are understanding as well, and again, Raj and her team at MHI are doing such fantastic work, and there's so much to learn from there for funders themselves. But again, how are funders understanding the elephant, right? And what are the lenses that they are using, and how is it part of their own portfolio? How are they looking at this issue? How is it connecting to education? How is it connecting to gender? What are they doing? So Cappy, we are also doing some work on cash transfers. We're working on again, how are funders looking at cash transfers? Again, the evidence is incredible, right? Cash transfers really address so many issues. Again, psychological stress, it's been proven that cash transfers really reduce psychological stress. So we really need to think differently about impact. And again, philanthropy, the social sector, we really get hung up on impact and how we measure a lot of these. So we really need to think hard and critically about some of these things. And this is an opportunity for funders to really up their game.
So that's a wonderful set of initial remarks from absolutely stellar panel. I must say, though, I'm left a little bit concerned that we are very problem focused. We are pointing out how severe the issue is. And I want to make sure that we don't leave the audience with the sense that that's all we are. I know many of you are working on some very serious, very powerful interventions and ideas. And I really would like to turn to them. Maybe start a little with Madam Mahadevan. Ma'am, you've been working in human development for quite a while. And you know the government machinery really well, both in Karnataka as well as more generally. Well, what is your sense and reaction to some of these issues? And where do you think we can draw hope, we can draw a sense that both the narrow sense of psychiatrists, but also in a broader sense of the community, there is actually something happening, or there is something that can be done?
Thank you. Thank you for that very, very insightful question. I think it is time for us to think more about what can be done, and now that we've understood the problem from different perspectives. I'll go back to my experience of COVID. When I was, I think it was in the first wave, when I was getting into that ambulance, and the ambulance driver came wearing PPE. It was all very foreboding, and I mean, there were real issues there, right? But I remember once I was in the hospital, every day I'd do video calls with my family and my kids. My youngest son kept asking me, I've done this homework, I've finished my homework, schools were closed, they were doing online school. Can you check my homework? And that was strange because he never asked me to check his homework. My kids were on autopilot. In fact, they don't like me or my husband to check their homework. But I thought he was trying to say something else, which is that, if you check my homework, maybe you're okay. If you're well enough to check my homework, maybe you're okay. That's something. So I think there's a need for us to listen harder within families as well as in communities. Another thing that happened, we were also a very small work community working during COVID. Some of us were literally in hospital and others were working out of small, very limited offices. I remember a colleague, a very dear friend, who was working out of a hospital ward. His sister was in an ICU in a government hospital. His brother was in an ICU in a private hospital. It was a very difficult time. This was in the second wave, and neither his sister nor his brother survived. Eventually, a week later, of course, we were talking, we were catching up. There was no time for anybody to really do self-care or to even process their grief in a very difficult way. But I remember getting a call from my friend, and he seemed really disturbed. This was a week after both of the thing, and he said, I need to talk. So I said, look, can I refer you? I can tell some of my professional friends, psychiatrists, they can he said, no, I just need to talk. I feel more comfortable just talking. As a friend, I need to talk. And then, we spoke for 45 minutes. He cried, he wept, he felt that he had done the wrong thing by sending his sister into a government hospital, but he also said, so what I'm trying to get at is that we need to listen harder to our families, to our communities, to our workplace colleagues, and to care and to reach out and develop modes of self-care and modes of dealing with stress in informal ways. We need to return to the times when we were, I do like to think that we were a society that was not so self-obsessed and was more caring of and more concerned about each other. Along with that, I think we need to create spaces. So one example is what we found again during the COVID pandemic, that while schools and colleges were closed for many months, we found that our rural libraries were positioned, and with a little bit of help, by the Gram Panchayats as rural learning centers, because there was huge anxiety among small little children and young people. How will we finish our exams? How will we prepare? Maybe we'll lose touch with this thing. And actually real anxiety, again, going back to the whole thought of social circumstances and the realities. There were children telling me that, we have to walk 2 kilometers to the library, but if you put 100 books here in our own village, then people won't tell us to go and work in the chili field for 120 rupees a day. So this reality. So during COVID, we found that the libraries became community centers. People would come there to read or to play a game of chess or to look at something on the internet. And now we're actually repurposing and opening out the libraries into real community spaces where people, we are hosting sessions, activity sessions for the elderly. It's something we need to think about. Our population is getting older. We will have, again, an epidemic of loneliness. We need to think about what are ways in which we can structure activity sessions. These are all ways that we can work on to help each other and to help build stronger and more resilient communities.
No, thank you, ma'am. That's a wonderful intervention and example of how something real happened during COVID, and that had a real impact out there. Dr. Garg, may I turn to you a little bit? You see patients, you see groups of patients, large communities of people waiting to see you, see other people. What is your sense of what is happening? Are you seeing any light at the end of the tunnel? Do you have any suggestions as to what people might be doing differently? Because we've heard about the community, we've heard about what can be done in the larger society. But from your vantage point, what do you see, sir?
See, most of the things, and like I said, the wonderful panel, I think many of the issues have already been brought out. We have listened to the challenges, the usual suspects of the lack of mental health professionals, the lack of budgetary allocation towards mental health, the stigma associated with mental health issues, which leads to poor uptake of services. In addition to that, I think the population of the country, if we say compared to the Western world, the numbers that we have in our country, you started off with that point, people waiting outside my OPD, right? So that population somehow becomes a huge barrier in providing mental health services across and to add to that, the geographical variations as well. India is a large country, the length and the breadth of the country, and the remote areas also. I had visited one of the sub-centers in a very remote place in Assam. Their struggle daily is for a person to reach to that health facility rather than taking care of their mental health. So that accessibility of service is something which is a huge challenge in many of the areas of the country. What I have felt is somehow we need to take mental health out of the clinics. We have started equating mental health, like I said, to psychiatry and clinical psychiatry per se. So we need to take mental health out of the clinics. The lower half of the pyramid in financial aspects also, self-care, community approaches, they need to be they need to become essential in catering to the mental health needs of the society. Innovative solutions like Dr. Pathare is here, the community champion approach, which tackles the issues of mental health in the community. These need to be looked at. Someone made a very good point that I'm from the government sector, I'm not criticizing anything, please don't take me otherwise, but we somehow tend to focus on numbers, how many patients we have seen, how many patients we have catered to in an OPD, or how many patients we are able to reach. What about the outcomes? And outcomes will not come through seeing the numbers of patients, it will come through, we need to go proximal. We need to look at increasing resilience of the community, promoting awareness about self-help, self-care, and preventing the onset of mental health issues. That is something we need to really look at, and where innovative solutions like Sania mentioned will go a long way in tackling these issues. Lastly, somehow the focus has shifted to screening and early diagnosis and treatment, which I feel is leading to over medicalization, over psychiatricization, and increased stigma towards mental health. Anytime you visit a doctor, you would go with an expectation that you'll be prescribed pills or prescribed medications. So here also, I think, and we are doing this screening and this early diagnosis without developing appropriate referral mechanisms. I'm not discounting the fact that we have a huge chunk of population with diagnosable mental health issues who need the psychiatric and the trained clinical psychological help. But what about the persons who are having subsyndromal issues, or the issues which are not to the level where it's reaching the level of a mental health disorder per se? If we focus on these aspects, then we'll be able to prevent the mental health issues, and we'll be able to cover the treatment gap of 70 to 90%, which are National Mental Health Survey codes. So this is something which we need to look at, and I'm very honored that our DGH, Director General Health Services, Atul Goyal sir, has also joined as one of the. Thank you, sir. So and in our discussions, this is something that early diagnosis, focus on early diagnosis and treatment rather than focusing on promotion of mental health and increasing resilience is something we discuss a lot. Lastly, a huge challenge which we are trying to overcome is mental health is something which is cross-cutting across departments. This point has already been raised. There are multiple stakeholders involved. It's beyond the Ministry of Health or the health department per se. It includes the education department, it includes the social justice department, it includes the environment department. We are talking about climate change and mental health now. It's becoming a part of conversation. It includes the information technology and all these fields, the AI, the newer virtual reality fields, the ethical aspects, the ethical dimensions to it. I think there's lots of things that need to be done, but it needs proper coordinated effort amongst the various stakeholders.
Thank you, Dr. Garg. Thank you. That is a very useful contribution. Again, building on your previous point, we need to bring a lot of this outside the hospital, outside the clinic, not overly medicalize it. In fact, Dr. Patari, that's a nice segue. More than once people have spoken about your path-breaking work, which now I know is traveling all the way to East London. It would be lovely to hear from you what it is that you're doing, because I want people to have the sense, bhai kuch ho sakta hai. Or, despite the severity of the problem, severity of the challenges, there are ways forward, and, you have explored them at scale, not even just at a small lab setting. So please tell us more about that, sir.
I'll tell you what that, but before I do that, I think I just wanted to go back to your, maybe there's something wrong with this. I just wanted to go back to your point where you said, it's not all doom and gloom. I think it's okay to feel it's all doom and gloom. That's not a problem at all, because if it is the reality, there's no point putting a shine on it, So if it is doom and gloom, let it be so. And I wanted to, so before I tell you about the program, and I think I'm uniquely placed where I've actually worked on solutioning. So I'm uniquely placed to actually demand that you hear my doom and gloom, because I've also done solutioning.
With you,
so my doom and gloom is important.
With you.
And I want to pick up on where Raj left off, which is that mental health does not affect everybody in the same way. Let's be very clear, okay? Some people are disproportionately affected by mental health. We were doing this, I was working with some colleagues from UK, Rochelle Burgess at UCL, and some people from South Africa. We were looking at intersectionality, and that's never been brought up yet. We were looking at intersectionality in mental health. So we started looking at all the research across the world on intersectionality, and we said any research which took two items and so like gender and race, for example, and looked at exploring the mental health aspects of that intersectionality would qualify. And we had one of the items in our list was caste, okay? The shocking thing in the end of it is, after searching for research papers across countries, across decades, we can't find a single paper on intersectionality of caste, mental health with anything. Now, caste is not spoken of in polite company, isn't it? It's a terrible thing. Why do you bring up such things? Why can't you be a bit more reasonable and talk sensible stuff? Let's talk neurotransmitters, isn't it? It's quite bland and nice to talk about. But that's the reality. We do not wish to do it. I mean, we do not understand that the mental health impact for a Savarna woman who experiences violence versus the mental health impact for a Dalit man who experiences violence are very different, and that intersectionality is important for us to understand, and that a black woman with a mental health problem who's got a single mother has a very different mental health profile to a white woman who's married in a middle class family and can access mental health care. It's the same here. So I think we need to also understand that mental health doesn't affect everybody similarly. It affects different people disproportionately. And so if we are designing any kind of solutions, we need to ensure that those solutions are inclusive of people who are otherwise marginalized out of that whole system because of their multiple marginalizations that they experience. And so that's how Atmiyata was born in many ways. Atmiyata is a program, you know, Nachiketa is talking about it. Atmiyata is a program that we started off in 40 villages in Nasik district in about 12 years ago. From there, it grew to a whole district in Mehsana, covering 700 villages, and is currently grown to 3 districts in Gujarat and covers close to around 2,000 villages now. So what is Atmiyata? It's very simple. The principle behind Atmiyata is that communities and village communities can be partners in delivering mental health care. So we basically go to village panchayats and in collaboration with village panchayats, identify someone who can act like a community volunteer within that village. We train them, we supervise them, we mentor them, and they are able to provide what is called as, you know, non-specialist lay health counseling work. And what do? They do 4 things. If they identify people with a mental health problem, like say depression, they provide them with 6 sessions of counseling and supportive care. If they need referrals to psychiatric services, they link people to those psychiatric services. They help people get their social benefits, and they raise awareness about mental health in their own communities, especially around the social determinants of mental health, such as domestic violence and all, using films which are loaded onto mobile phones. And we've got research too. So this is something that we've been doing for a while. All of these champions who work in the community are working for free. They're volunteers. They don't get paid. It's actually going back to the original ASHA model, which was that they are voluntary activists who are working in their own communities, but they get supervised and mentored. And before you say all this sounds very fine, the reality is that we've actually got research evidence. We've done one of the largest step-wedge cluster randomized trials on the effectiveness of these champions, and they are as effective as anything else. Let me tell you in a simple way, the effect size of our intervention is roughly around 3.7. You know, we get a effect size which is closely similar to the effect size of giving antidepressants for people with depression. So, you know, it's as good as that. It's done cheaply, it's done in a less stigmatizing way, and it's done in collaboration with communities, where communities help design and deliver that intervention. And as Nachiket alluded to, we recently were approached by Newham Council in London, and along with Queen Mary's University of London, we've just got funded to actually implement Atmiyata in London. So we're going to adapt it and use it in communities in London. And I think there's a bigger message there. This is the message about London is not about ourselves. You know, that's not really the message. The message about London is very different. You know, Atmiyata was initially funded by Grand Challenges Canada, and then subsequently by Mariwala Health Initiative, and now by Azim Premji Foundation and other funders. But it is important for us to be telling the aid funders, you know, that the funders like Grand Challenges in Canada or other funders, to that you're not doing charity when you fund innovation in the global south. Because what you fund in the global south can potentially come back to help you in the global north. You know, so in many ways, the global north needs to stop seeing this as charity and helping poor people, but to start taking a more self-interest and enlightened self-interest view to it, saying that global south is good at frugal innovation. Let's do that frugal innovation. It'll benefit us in the global north. And I think that's the message actually of the London thing. It's not about, oh, wonderful, you did a great job. That's not the point. I think the point really is to get across to the global north that you're doing this for your own sake. Don't do it for us.
That's a wonderful, wonderful example, sir, of work that you've done, scaled it in India, but also starting to show what the impact is around the world. May I turn to Professor Sheshadri? You know, you spoke a lot about adverse childhood experiences and the impact that can have on people. I know you've worked with very creative, innovative ways to try and address some of these issues through theatre, through other mechanisms. Could you share with that a little bit with us, sir?
To begin with this issue of NIMHANS and the Lokpriya Bordloy Regional Institute hogging 80% of the government funds, guilty as charged. But I just wanted to bead in a point that Raj made to the point that Shomitra made about this, the kind of the many constituencies and intersectionalities that we come across, and both Michael Kaufman and Michael Kimmel, who work a lot on gender and masculinities. Incidentally, there's a very interesting TED talk, one of them, where he says that he was in a group of women and they were talking about oppression, and a white woman said that oppression is a common experience of all women, and the black woman put up her hand and said, when you look at the mirror in the morning, what do you see? And she said, I see a woman. And the black woman said, you see, that's the problem. When I look at the mirror, I see a black woman, because privilege is invisible to those who have it. And so how do we structure our work in ways that allow us to use the kind of pedagogies and methodologies that are easily transferred to people who are non-professional service providers? I must actually acknowledge Uma ma'am's involvement in this, because when she was Principal Secretary of the Department of Women and Child Development of the Government of Karnataka before her elevation to Additional Chief Secretary, she actually assisted in consolidating a community child and adolescent service program that we were running, which was intended to be only in Karnataka. And then it expanded to Chhattisgarh and to Gujarat and then to Sri Lanka and then to Afghanistan and Nepal. And that's where the Ministry of Women and Child Development, Government of India, came across this in a trauma conference that we were attending, and they asked us to scale this at a national level, and we submitted a proposal to the ministry in 2019. And in Jan of 2020, just before the pandemic hit us, we were called for a meeting in the ministry, and in principle they agreed to support this initiative called Samvad, which at the current point of time is India's biggest public child mental health initiatives. And it works in 4 verticals. We are, of course, in core mental health, where we look at the kind of intersectionalities that Shomitra referred to. It's about disability and protection. It's about gender and the impact on a boy who is trafficked for child labor is not the same as an impact for a girl who is trafficked for sex work. And they're both rescued and they're in childcare institutions. So then we work in care and protection. So how do you work with the childcare institution staff to understand what trafficking means and not respond by saying, "Ab to bacha liya na, ab kya problem hai?" Why are you withdrawn or why are you agitated? If you do not know what being trafficked with complicity of the family and what you have to endure and experience in those 6 months or 8 months, for 14 or 15-year-old girls who've seen 600, 700 men with their pants down, what does it mean? And we work in education because we believe that trauma in the classroom and the kind of preventive work and work that focuses on well-being and not get into the whole screening and intervention, important as that is, but also to do promotive and preventive work. And we work with the policy and law, with the police and judiciary. So the child as a victim and a child as a witness and a child as a victim witness, and the predicament of a child in these kind of systems. And that's where experiential pedagogies are exceedingly powerful, because they step out of this conventional clinical model, of your usual PTSD model and your trauma-focused CBT and trauma-informed care, to what we now call as healing-centered engagement. And that's where, whether it's theater or films, the intent, content, methodology, and process paradigm. In a given session with a child or a group of children, what is my intent? In that intent, whether it is addressing anger or fear, is it to look at sources of your emotion, its severity, its intensity, how you deal with it, what you think of it, what it does to you, what you do to it. And the methodology is basically experiential, because they are evocative. And then you help them consolidate it as knowledge, because, and that's processing. And that processing is important because, as my conceptual guru, Mr. Frank Zappa, says, may his soul rest in peace, information is not knowledge, knowledge is not wisdom, wisdom is not truth, truth is not love, but he goes on to say love is music. But I say love is your willingness to engage children in the culture of conversations and engage with them in activity and processing.
That's wonderful, sir. I want to turn to the other panelists just for quick remarks if they have anything to add to this discussion before I turn to the audience. We have a large audience, so we may not get in many questions. But may I start with you, Raj, if there are any additional comments you want to make. You know, we've heard a rich discussion so far, both on the problem and where some of the directions might lie.
Right. So I think in terms of intersectionality and privilege, I think the problem is again in the assumption, and the problem is that the default is never named. For example, my pronouns are they and them, they are not she. And so in the default, and in looking at privilege, I was stopped at the gate. I wasn't allowed to come through because my IDs don't match. Right, but because of my caste and class privilege, I managed to get in. And the coordinator on this end wasn't picking up the phone, but on sheer caste and class alone, I managed to get in. Similarly, so, you know, for this panel itself, as a neurodivergent person, it's very hard for me to do things without a schedule, without knowing exactly what's going to happen, without knowing how much time I have to talk for. But again, because of my caste and class privilege, I have the recourse of a psychiatrist, I have meds, I have emergency meds, I have a therapist, and of course I have a social support system. So I think, yes, it affects people disproportionately, and the recourse that you can avail is also disproportionate, and whatever your marginalization is, it helps with that. I think now to the doom and gloom bit, you know, let's see if I can end on a note of cheer. I'll give a couple of examples. For example, Soumitra was talking about cash transfers. We are partnering with an exciting organization who is going to be doing a research on the mental health effects of cash transfers with 150 families in rural Rajasthan who will get cash transfers of 65,000 rupees per family. So that's one example. Another example could be how we are working with Kerala government systems and the State Health Resource Center to train the whole health system, 6 districts where the doctors, mental health professionals, community workers, and Bhumika or gender-based violence counselors are being trained in queer trans affirmative mental health care so that they can provide end-to-end service delivery of not just mental health support, but everything else that is required for affirmative queer trans mental health support. And by that I mean gender affirmative procedures, etc., etc. So those are some of the, I think, examples that I'd leave you with. But overall, you know, I would really like to stress that think about who the system is made for. For example, workplace mental health conversations are largely centered only around white collar, upper caste, upper class Hindu men. And there is a reason for that. And if we have to build more inclusive health systems, you have to build for the margins, because then only then will you cover everyone. If you build for the center, you will never reach the margins.
That's a great perspective, and I recognize Dr. Pathare's, urging to say, if the situation is doom and gloom, let's, bear witness to it rather than pretend that it's all very positive. But I'm happy to hear personally that there is some stuff going on that is interesting and positive. Son, you want to add something?
Yeah, I can share maybe a little bit more detail about what we do. I'm so happy that. Okay, I'm so happy that we're able to have such a interdimensional conversation about this, because I think otherwise it's a great waste of opportunity. And so our intention when we were building Adagio VR was, how do we take a lot of the trauma-focused or trauma therapies that exist that are really not available to anyone unless everything else has failed. They're sitting in the US or the UK and they have a couple of $1,000s to burn and a couple of years of waiting, and take those kind of approaches and put them in technology that can be made available to the most marginalized people possible. So we started in India with a transgender community organization and essentially hired community facilitators from that community, worked with the organization, and essentially through working with them developed a process of how you do that social innovation alongside the technical or technological innovation. And this is a process that we've been able to refine and has been adapted for the urban slums and the women there affected by domestic violence, or blue-collar workers in corporates who are day wage workers, and the management team will say, well, they'll leave in a couple of days. So, or they're not on permanent contract, so I'm not able to spend a huge amount of money on their mental health, even though I want to. So when we're looking at, creating something that can serve this level of dynamic complexity of the individual and the system, we've kind of brought it down to 4 main pillars. And hopefully this will be helpful beyond what we're doing. One is that medical side. So certainly CBT has its role, but again, the reason I brought up how the definition of PTSD was created was to share that how mental illness or these frameworks have been created has been done in a context of privilege and power and convenience to certain priorities that were there at the time. So how can we really question that and then look at what are the appropriate techniques that need to be made available? Then the technology side, particularly looking at how can we use technology not just to replicate a broken system, but to create interventions that are able to, I always say I'm Trojan horsing systems change through mental health, because I am personally not a psychiatrist. So my passion, like I said, was education. And I've come to this to say, okay, this is actually a root cause that is blocking outcomes there. So let's deal with this first. So how can we use technology to be catalytic and paradigm shifting? Third, the point of delivery. So are we delivering at the point of impact or the point of crisis? Are we waiting till it's too late and medicalization is the only option left? Or are we able to get to people where they are on their terms, in their most safe and trusted environment, and leverage the ecosystem that already exists? One amazing thing about South Asian context is we have such incredible and historic ecosystems of communities. And it's an opportunity wasted if we're not able to leverage them. And then finally, on the business model side. So personally, my challenge to myself when we set up this company was not to make it a charity, not to make it an NGO, but to make it a commercially driven organization. Maybe not immediately in some populations, but over time. Because I think in this room, probably, a lot of us will agree that this is important and having these values is worth the effort. But there are many, many people in the world who measure different things when they think about value. They value financial or very different things. So I think it's up to us as innovators to also push ourselves to say, just because we agree on the values, it's not good enough, because the world is much bigger than this nice sort of bubble of agreement. So if we're not just preaching to the choir, we have to demonstrate benefit across different metrics of success. So these are the few things that we're really pushing ourselves on. Interesting and fun journey along the way, but hopefully helpful.
Thank you so much. Chopin, last word from you before I turn it to the audience for just a few questions.
Yeah, very quickly. I'd want to take time from the questions. Three things for funders and anyone who's working with funders, and something that you can push funders for as well. And I'm usually in the doom and gloom camp, but I've actually become more positive listening to all of you, and which is quite something for me. But first thing is focus on underserved issues. It's very important for donors. Look at rehabilitation. Challenge yourself, and the issues that you kind of you support. Champion mental health. It's very important that people who are in positions of power are seen doing that, and which is why I think what Raj does is so important, and the kind of support that she is able to provide through her team, very important. Again, both these things demand that you also spend time in understanding the issues, right? Like intersectionality is a non-issue when it's a cataract surgery. Like you don't really think about that, and which is why a lot of these things become these approaches are more popular. But in mental health especially, I think intersectionality becomes important, and funders also need to spend time, and that's also again ties to impact measurement and all of those questions. So there's a lot of soul searching to be done there. And third is fund cross-sectoral collaborations. Dr. Nachiket is moderator. He hasn't been able to maybe talk or some of the work he's doing, but again, some of the work that he's done recently, a lot of pragmatic approaches, for very ambitious goals, in one of the papers that I read. Again, there's so much to be done, and so much of coordination that is required, so much of collaboration that is required, and that's where I think there's so much scope for working together, for funders to really support and ensure that we can get those evidences out there, make it very easy, accessible, and transparent.
So maybe we have time for just one question. Somebody who can ask a quick question to maybe give it to the lady in black there. Yes. Just a short, quick question.
Yeah. Just Dr. Patare, I would love to know, I think Dr. Nachiket alluded to you working with spiritual leaders. So what was your experience there, and can that work in the Indian context given spiritual leaders have so much power and influence?
I think I don't know where Nachiket got. I've got very little experience of working with spiritual leaders. I'll be completely honest. But I have worked with people who work with spiritual leaders, largely in helping them document their work. So like in the Dawadua program in Gujarat, for example, helping the team document the work they've done, and to see the challenges and how it might have worked. So I don't have direct experience of working in. I think that there is an opportunity there, and we should explore it. It cannot though be a I don't think it's a uniform solution for everything that you can do it. I wouldn't advocate it that way either. But there will be opportunities where you can work, and it might work in certain specific settings. And there are other settings like Dawadua in Gujarat which have worked that way. But that's how I would say. But I don't have any of that experience. For me to claim that would be completely wrong in many ways.
There's a very nice paper, in fact, from his team. Maybe he himself didn't work on it.
There's actually a difference between spiritual leaders and traditional healers. There are many places across India.
Can you use the mic?
That doesn't work actually. Yeah, you. There are many places in India which have cultures of traditional healing. There are many of them in the south. They are both across all faiths, but some of them are infamous in what they do. Some of them are in fact very effective, and there was actually a PhD thesis done on the impact of traditional healers. And someone actually suggested that perhaps traditional healers should be taught how to recognize severe mental illness and refer them to psychiatrists. And psychiatrists should recognize more social problems and refer them to traditional healers so that a more culturally appropriate intervention and counseling could be provided. But there is a tradition across the country of this kind of healing.
And this Dava Dua program, has got very nice documentation as well as to what the impact was, how it actually worked. And there's research actually from around the world as well, particularly in non-psychotic disorders. What role spiritual healer, not herbalists, not people who give medicines, but people who are the Maulvis, the Pandits, the priests, and what role they can play in partly non-stigmatizing, in doing more. I'm not going to call it depression. You're having a problem with your marriage. Let's work on that. You're having trouble at work. Let's work on that. And there is some evidence that suggests that those pathways actually can have an impact. So you had a question at the back there? Yes. Just quick, 2 minutes only. Okay, sorry.
In the entire discussion, there's, all the discussions I've attended, one vulnerable group which is always missed out is people with life-limiting illnesses. I work with a lot of people with end-stage disease, and, just because somebody has 6 months to live, they are out of the health system. Nobody cares about them. And we look at suicide rates in India, second leading cause of suicide is illness. And 60 to 70% of my patients have asked me to kill them. We have, our quality of life is so bad, we are in so much pain, please kill us. And I feel 80% of us will be in that vulnerable group eventually, looking at how health is in our country.
Thank you for sharing that. Ma'am, you had a question here. One more.
My question is for Professor Garg. We work with the community media professionals and we develop games for social change. So one of our games is Chuppi Toro, where we help rural women identify the nature of violence and the impact of violence because it is normalized in many communities. My question to you, sir, is that we work with governments, helping them design communication strategies for rural communities. So when it comes to, we're doing it with TB and a lot of communicable diseases.
Quick question, we don't have a lot of time.
But if we were to consider mental health, what are the top priorities of the government that the government would like to collaborate with community-based organizations like us? And where can we help you in getting the message across? What is the top priority?
I think one of the important priorities would be, like Shadi sir mentioned, that children and adolescents. That's one group that the government is actively looking at, and we're trying to collaborate with the Ministry of Education as well, and in improving school mental health. And again, I'm not talking about diagnosable psychiatric disorders, right? It's about increasing resilience and promoting mental health. Right, so one group is children and adolescents, and second group definitely is women, and a new upcoming theme that we are starting to discuss is perinatal mental health as well. So these are some of the themes that are currently in focus.
Well, thank you all. I know there are many questions, but we have no more time. We have been told to finish sharp. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think really thought-provoking panel, so much to take back. But at KHPT, we're really glad that we got each one of you over here. Thanking Wipro Foundation for helping us put this panel together, because we do a lot of community-based work. And I think everything that you said resonates with what we're doing, including peer counselor models, looking at intersectionality, etc. Just as a token of our appreciation, we'd like to invite Ms. Chetana Tirthalli from HCL Foundation. Just to give away some mementos to each of you, may I start with Ms. Uma Mahadevan, please? Dr. Bhavuk Garg. Dr. Soumitra Patare. No. Sorry.
Oh, there's a hierarchy in this, is it?
No hierarchy. I just couldn't see him, I think. Mr. Jopin Batai. Professor Shekhar Sheshadri. Miss Sania Rajpal, Raj Mariwala, and our fantastic moderator, Dr. Nachiket Moore. Thank you very much. I know there are a lot of questions. The KHPT team is here. We're very happy to take your questions and pass it on so that we can get back to you a little later. Thank you very much. Can I just request you to stay back for a group photo? Yes, thank you.
Stand where we are.
Hopefully we shall meet in Bangalore. I was addressing him, but also you. But I hopefully see you in Bangalore sometime. I'll write to you.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
I will write to you. I follow you on Twitter.
Okay.
So I will write to you. Maybe I'll DM you and get
Yes,
or I'll
certainly.
get your contact.
Yes, of course.
Come
Mohan
down.
has
We will
mine.
see you at some point.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. You're based in Bangalore, right? I'm based in Bangalore. I'm glad I mentioned it because we also work with children in the local areas.
Thank you.
GD Road? Delhi. Bangalore में भी बहुत सारा काम करते हैं urban slum में किया थोड़ा स्कूल में किया child care institutions में भी गए sex worker में burn out हो गए
I'll speak to you. We'll be in touch. Get my bag and
So हमारा भी
Hi, how are you?
capacity
Good to
building
see
का
you
काम
again.
है and intersectionality को
Somebody spelled wrong. It
I'm
is
going to check it out.
it's SAMBAD, not B. So if you just put Sambari in that, Sambari materials are only for field work and they are not conceptual for direct implementation. We have no copyright policy, we are copy left. Use it, adapt it, translate it,